Recording in progress.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, honorable members, our guests from the CRL Rights Commission, as well as the Municipal Demarcation Board. Let me declare the meeting officially open. So we still have some 30 seconds. The meeting is open. And I would like to welcome our guests, delegation from the Municipal Demarcation Board, who are going to be the first presenters, led by the chairperson, Mr. Manyoni, as well as the deputy chairperson, Ms. Mbali Myeni, the CEO, Mr. Moroka, COO, Mr. Alwani, and the CFO, Ms. Kabutlani. I hope, because I've seen a list of the delegation, I hope the chairperson will be able to cover that and introduce some of the members. So let me welcome you and indicate immediately that the agenda is one, that of briefing by the Demarcation Board of the Portfolio Committee on the annual report for 2022-23. So that's what we are about. And I would immediately, after welcoming you, hand over to you, Chairperson, Mr. Manyoni. I hope you are in. Over to you. What is happening? Is the Municipal Demarcation Board in?
Chairperson, yes, I am, but my name is Aluwane Ramagat. I see the chair is in. I wonder if he's battling to unmute, but I see he's on the list.
Is there anything you would want to do? Either call him or you.
Yes, I'm gonna try to get hold of him right away.
Okay.
Okay, if we've got a problem with the two presentations, maybe we can swap them around while the other one is fixing. We can listen to the other presentation, if I may make a request.
Who is making the request now?
It's Honorable Smaller, Chairperson. I say if the Demarcation Board has got a technical issue, maybe we can just go to CLR and deal with them, Honorable Chair.
Sorry, Chair, we are joined. Oh, sorry.
Is In fact, I'm fearing creating more confusion because that's the order they were presented. It was the Municipal Demarcation Board. But if CRL Rights Commissioner is ready, can we?
Chairperson, from the MDB side, we are joined and we are ready. Thank you.
Let's get the presentation going then. Actually, if the chairperson is not there, we can allow somebody to start with the presentation, or the deputy chairperson, because I also read the deputy chairperson. MDB.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Manyim Rock. I'm the CEO.
Yeah.
And I'm sure because of the connectivity aspect, both my chairperson and the deputy chair will soon join. But I'm ready to present if the committee is, Chair.
Let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is the 2022-2023 annual report for the MDB. Next slide, please. And obviously, the delegation was supposed to be led as written. Those are the topics that we will cover. And I'm going to do them as fast as I can, but clear to the committee. It relates to the 2022 audited performance of the MDB, the predetermined objectives, and the financial management. Of course, the mandate is in terms of the Constitution, Section 155, and the MDA Act, which currently is going through Parliament in terms of the IMDA bill, which hopefully will be promulgated after the NCOP processes. We're also guided by the MSA. And in terms of the PFMA, the MDB is a Schedule 1 constitutional institution with exclusive powers provided to the board with respect to demarcation of municipal boundaries and delimitations of wards and the municipal capacity assessments. Chair, my chair has now joined. I think just for introductory aspects, it would be better that protocol be observed. Then I'll continue the presentation.
Am I now audible?
Dr. Manyoni, you are audible. I had just commenced and I say you can introduce ourselves. I was on slide number 3 of the presentation. But I did indicate to the chair of the portfolio committee that you were struggling to connect. But you can do the protocol in terms of recognition of the delegation. Thank
you. Continue, Chairperson. Mr. Manyoni, are you in? Is your chairperson in, Mr. Moroka?
Yes, sir. We did get his sound bite now, but perhaps I'll continue and then he will again do the protocol once we are done.
Allow me to chair the meeting as well. If you are proceeding, let's proceed, and we'll then recognize the chairperson at the right time.
Thank you, Chair.
But I can see Mr. Manyoni. Are you in? Mr. Manyoni?
Am I audible?
You are audible. We started with the meeting, but would allow you to introduce your team. I've introduced your top 4. Yourself, Deputy Chairperson, and the CEO, and the COO, and the CFO. But I said there was a list of the delegates. I thought if you want to indicate who they are and what role possible they are going to play, I would allow you over to you, Chairperson.
Next, I can't hear you. And
Even now I've unmuted.
Chair,
Yes,
can
can hear
we,
you
can,
now. I'm starting
Chair,
the
can
whole
we,
thing afresh.
can we continue with the presentation by the CEO, please? This Bedford is not helping.
We should. Yes, I I also agree with you, but I could see him unmuted, but we cannot hear him. Mr. Morocco, can you continue?
Thank you, Chairperson, and apologies once again for my chairperson struggling due to issues of power on that side. Chair, on the aspect of the work that we do is the determination of municipal boundaries, outer boundaries in terms of Section 4, the delimitation of municipal ward boundaries, which we did in line with the elections of 2021, and incidental assessment of municipal capacity on either of the two functionaries of the Municipal Demarcation Board, and the last one is us rendering of advisory services to stakeholders. The vision is there, Chair. And our mission, our values are ranked number 5. It's a norm, and I hope those can be read to save time. Next slide. Chair, on the impact statement, we develop a democratic, spatially integrated, socio-economically sustainable communities. So the outcome, obviously, is organizational excellence. We work on the maturity level 5 achieved by 2025. We work on an outcome of well-defined municipal spaces. Of the 257 municipalities, 4,392 wards. And we do know, and as indicated earlier, 4,468 of those wards were delimited for the 2021 elections. And the next run will be in 2025. We also work on improved access to research and spatial information, which is crucial in us being able to align ourselves with the development trajectory of the country. We do research and spatial information, and it's accessible to stakeholders. Not only that, we also publicize it and communicate to ensure that the public is fully aware of that. We've got 80 public participation and education awareness events that we have in that target. Next slide. The highlights for 2022-23 was a good year for the Municipal Demarcation Board, Chair. We maintained, as usual, a clean audit status. We achieved 92% performance of the APP targets. We published the legal notices in terms of Section 26, Class 1, and also Class 2 to Class 2 for redetermination. The notices were in line with the resolution of the board, all of them. They were also both covering Section 21 and then Section 21(5). The study reports were well prepared by the MDB on all the municipal boundary determination proposals. We analyzed a total of 11,576 for voting districts to determine the split communities. It also went into the extension of Knowledge Hub by integrating the 2 spatial data products. MDB prepared 2 research reports which were published, presented even to the SAAPM conference, and we continued and expanded its public and stakeholder awareness and education activities on demarcation process. Chair, those are the graphical illustration, and the green depicts the 91% for Q1, 82% for Q2, 93% for Q3, and 94% for Q4, with the overall performance at 92%. And the red are well within the manageable percentage, which compared to the achievement is still an excellent or par excellence achievement. Thank you, Chair. Next slide. Chair, the organizational excellence. You will note that on the first 5 of the items listed, the maintenance of governance capability, we achieved that one. We achieved on the rate for board resolution 100%. The compliance with relevant legislation to committee, to all other stakeholders, we were supposed to do 4, we achieved 4. Organizational performance review sessions were duly conducted, 4 out of 4. ICT governance reports, 4 out of 4. Vacancy rate, Chair, it's 10%, 4% not achieved. Deviation from planned target of not achieved is within the 10% mark, and reasons are, and it's being attended to. Implementation of the workplace skills, which is important, it's 100% achieved. On the next slide, on the Auditor General's report for the reporting financial year, we achieved an unqualified audit opinion, no findings, that's clean. Procurement with designated groups, that is 56.5% women-owned enterprises, and significant growth in the number of qualifying vendors was made easier to achieve the set target, Chair, with the small budget that we have. Financial management reports, 4 out of 4. Strategic risk register, it's developed by end of March 2023, and therefore we are compliant. Risk mitigation reports, 4 out of 4. Report on implementation status on audit recommendations. We attended to all issues raised, even though it was a clean audit. So that is 100% achievement, Chair. Next slide. The well-defined municipal spaces, that outcome and the output, Chair. Of course, the achievement was published in terms of those legal notices. And those were for the class 2 to 4 determinations. And we do use references of DEM 8018 for located in Northwest was included in the legal notice. However, the board resolved to close the proposal and not to publish it in terms of section 21, as it is included in another DEM, DEM 8024. And this will not have any effect in terms of the section 26 notices that were published. Now, Chair, I have to read into record the reasons for deviation. It was just an ineffective quality control process regarding the publication as at that time. However, the inclusion was aligned as indicated and will not have any effect in terms of section 26. So in other words, what is going ahead as planned. Next slide. The section 21 and 21.5 output in terms of those spaces, again, Chair. What we achieved in terms of that is that the class 1 was done and done with. The legal notice was in line with the Act. And again, whatever ineffectiveness that was noted was attended to, but also because of the withdrawal notice of DEM 7290. Which was not provided to the government printers as at that time. The public consultations were expanded, Chair. The MDB conducts those in line with the resolutions of the board. We spend a lot of time on the ground, the chairperson, the board members, members of executive and the communications unit to ensure that the class 2 to 4 redeterminations consultations was in line with the. Now, due to adjustments of boundary redetermination process, consultations were conducted in Q1, and this indicator has been included in the 2023-24 APP. However, Chair, 2 provinces lagged behind, and at that time it was Free State and Western Cape, but we managed to locate them within Q1 and beginning of Q2, and it did not have a negative impact in terms of how we worked. Analysis of voting districts is captured 11,576, 100% was achieved. Improved access to research and spatial information, Chair, it's 2 out of 2, 100% achieved. Research reports available, 2 out of 2, 100%. And the dissemination of research findings, we had 1, we overachieved by another 1, Chair. And this was presented at the conference referred to earlier. We prepare study reports for all municipal boundary redetermination proposals. The study reports for all municipal proposals for recommendation are prior to being released are always considered by board committees and the board itself. Chair, next slide. The public awareness, Chair, the target was 10. There was an overachievement of 2 because we got to 12. There were more activities planned, and those were completed due to additional communication opportunities well within the budget, Chair. The awareness as well, same trend. The media engagement, we targeted 4, we achieved 9. And again, it's just the level of performance at the MDB. Next slide. Chair, on the audit outcomes, the MDB, as indicated earlier, we maintain the clean audit on its performance. And this is consistent with not only previous financial years, but 5 consecutive years. And there were no material irregularities. Whatever comment that was made were manageable and were within the allowable time frame and allowable activity. Significant internal control deficiencies were identified and attended to. Next slide. On financial information, Chair, you will note that year 1, 2019, is the only year where we sort of went over the 56 million budget. But that was addressed in the following 4 years. 63 million for 2020. We came in at 56 million, which was 90%. 2021, we spent the entire amount as budgeted for, plus adjustments. 2022, Chair, we came in at 84% with savings recommendations made to Treasury. And in 2023, we are in at 75 million, and 99% of it was spent, Chair, for that the past reporting financial year. Next slide. The surplus for 2022, which is the past financial year, Chair, of the 74 million, the other income was 1.6 million. And of course, we had some bracketed issues there, but they were to be covered in terms of the surplus of 1 million as indicated there, Chair. Thank you. Next slide. The revenue received via government grant, I've indicated that's 74 million. And of that 74 million, which an interest amount of 1.5 million was received from the investment account and duly registered as income generated by the MDB, bringing the total to 75,991. And the total expenditure for the period was 74,991, was incurred, resulting in a surplus of 1 million. Check. Next slide. Now that is the compensation. Audited 38 million, approved 44 million. And then it also gives the spread for the MTF period over the next 3 years. You have the goods and services, you have the board fees, operating lease, audit fees, publication, and all of that. Chair, we wish to indicate to the portfolio committee that in respect of the current financial year and the manner in which the response came through, which will be shared also in this presentation, is that we were overwhelmed and we have asked for a budget adjustment through the budget adjustment process, which is currently being attended to by the National Treasury. We did not receive a response to say the opposite will be done. So they say no news, good news, Chair. We hope we will hear from the Minister of Finance. Next slide. The MDB baseline for the current MTF is indicated 73. This current year we in. Next financial year 76 and 79. Now I will explain the 73 million, why it is not juxtaposing with the views and representation that we received, and how it impacted negatively on us and why the need for more funding. The compensation of employees is fully budgeted at 7%, with an assumption that all employees will receive their 1.5% performance assessment increase. and the average of 5.5% annual increase. And more so that the MDB itself, it's an in-house type of entity where we invest heavily on our staff. Chair. Next slide. The redetermination process. The submission for the demarcation proposal was done in November 2021. It ran until 31 March 2022. And as reported previously before this committee, by then 26 requests and proposals were received. Between March and May 2023, the incidental MDA notices, section 26, were published. And not only did we publish those, we went around the country to inform people to follow and respond to those. Members of the public were invited. They submitted their views and representation to the MDB. Now, Chair, I need to indicate that 5 years ago, the same process was adopted, but only 2,000 of those were received. Now, because of the increased stakeholder engagement, communication, awareness to the public, we received 51,000 views. In terms of percentage, it will be in thousands thereof. And all of those, however, with the limited capacity, limited budget constraints, were analyzed, and the demarcation criteria as espoused in the current Act, Section 24 and 25, was adhered to. Next slide. The summary of the views and representation in terms of provincial spread: received for Eastern Cape 185, Free State 622, Gauteng 991, KZN the biggest, it's sitting at 44,537, and as such, it's the area of attention for the MDB and the allocation of staff to attend to those. Limpopo 425, Mpumalanga 56, Northwest 164, Northern Cape 0, and Western Cape 243, coming to the total indicated as just over 51,000. Next slide. Now, in terms of Section 27 of the MDA, when the period for written representation expires, obviously they must be considered and submitted. May take the decision on determination. It may decide whether or not to proceed, and that is processed through the board committee together with the board. And the board, in the end, will either decide to hold a public meeting in terms of Section 28, conduct a formal investigation in terms of Section 29 and 30, or do both. Or it can also decline if the presentations were not properly motivated or do not meet the criteria. Now, the decisions of the board for demarcation proposals are to be subjected to public meetings and formal investigations, and that is the process we've been engaged in for the whole month of August, September, and we are continuing even now in October. And a circular was signed off by the chairperson of the board. Both circulars 2 and 3 of 2023 were well received and well responded to. The number of proposals per decision in terms of the dams that we have referred to, for public meetings alone in the Eastern Cape, 20, for formal investigations, 16, public meetings and formal investigations to be proceeded, it's 1, and those that were recommended not to be proceeded with, it's 8, and communication has been made with the affected province. For Free State 5, to proceed, formal investigations 29, Gauteng 3, formal investigations 1, KwaZulu-Natal 33, formal investigation 43, Limpopo 9, formal investigation 15, public meetings for Mpumalanga 2, formal investigations 3, Northern Cape 3, and formal investigation 1, Northwest 5, for public meetings, formal investigations for. In the Western Cape, we only had formal investigations, and to do both, Chair, is indicated 10, 1 Eastern Cape, 1 Gauteng, 3 KwaZulu-Natal, 3 Northern Cape, 1 Northwest, and Western Cape, all of which are conducted in terms of the Act. Now, number of dams not to proceed is 8 for those provinces and 0 for Free State, not applicable in Gauteng, 2 in KwaZulu-Natal, 2 in Limpopo, and 0 for Mpumalanga, 0 for Northern Cape, Northwest 5, Western Cape 0, and the total is 17. And then the dams in terms of Section 21 are indicated. Thank you, Chair. The public and formal investigation commence in August as indicated, and those are expected to be concluded in October, with October having quite a lot, and so did September. And the details are available on the MDB website, circulars 22 and 3. Majority of formal investigations are conducted in October as indicated. The formal investigations are part of an inquiry held format for public investigation or inquiry aimed at obtaining further or relevant information regarding the proposed municipal boundary redetermination. That inquiry involves engagements with specific parties as identified with the MDB specific. Now, what we also do at these formal investigation is to indicate that if there's information outstanding, they have 5 days to augment that, but then they also have the 30-day period after the proposals have been submitted to the board for consideration on objections. The details of the proposals are directly communicated to affected stakeholders and parties, and we do have what we call sign-off registers in all of these engagements that we hold. Next slide. Chair, those are the proposals per decision on municipal redetermination processes. It's just a graphical illustration. And once again, you see that the graphical illustration for KZN is a monumental one. And the color coding indicates the 21, the dams not to proceed, proceeding for both. But the blue color and the orange color are the ones that actually we are handling. Next slide, Chair. Public meetings and formal investigations. These are the details which the committee would like to hear about. For Eastern Cape, just on the formal investigations completed, outstanding 16, but I do know that we've been conducting even on Monday and Tuesday, we did Chris Hani and the Amatola district and the other areas. So far completed for public meetings in the same area, it's 21. For Free State, we completed 5, and there are outstanding 25. For public meetings, 6 completed. For Gauteng, 2, there's no outstanding. Public meetings to date, it's 4. KwaZulu-Natal, the biggest, completed formal investigations there, 33. We still have to do 6. For public meetings, 35. And we only have 1 outstanding in terms of the information before us. For Limpopo, completed 11 on formal investigation, 4 outstanding. Public meetings, 9, 0 outstanding. Mpumalanga, 3 formal investigations, nothing outstanding. 3 for public meetings, and nothing outstanding. Northern Cape, formal investigations, 3, outstanding 1. Public meetings progress to date, 6 done. Northwest, 3 formal investigations, public meetings, 7. Western Cape, 9 formal investigations and 1 public gathering. The totals are at the bottom, Chair, for completed 69, outstanding 52, and then for public meetings 92 and only 1 outstanding. Next slide, please. And that's the progress in terms of the graphical illustration backing the template provided in the previous slide. Next slide. The proposal for major redetermination, amongst those, Chair, it's under the MDB would like to bring the following major proposals on attention to the committee. Obviously, it's the amalgamations, disestablishment, and I'm sure the engagements will border on that. The proposal for reversal of the previous redetermination, and that has to be done in line with the manner in which the board adjudicates on those in terms of the Act, the establishment of new municipalities, the establishment of metro municipalities. Now, in all of these reports are to be sort of generated, captured, and processed through the committee and then to the board in order to ensure that we do not deviate from compliance with the Act. But these are issues which are of a political nature, but bordering on the legislated mandate of the MDB. Next slide. Chair, these are the final details in terms of the DEMs, the areas where the amalgamations and disestablishment are proposed. And to read these one by one and in detail, I would rather ask the chair to give us the indulgence of perhaps, as the responsible portfolio committees from those areas have an issue with any of the DMs here, the COO together with the staff, they are here to respond on the status of implementation on each one of those. But we've covered Free State, we've covered KwaZulu-Natal, and the references, the Mpumalanga. Next slide, please. Mpumalanga, Limpopo, Northwest, and all of those, Chair, are there. The final details are there, and I would not want to go through each one of them, but we'll take questions on those. Next slide. Establishment of new municipalities, Chair. Again, in the Free State. Next slide. Free State again. Next slide. KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo. Now, Chair, the reason why I'm going through these slides in a much quicker way, it's because some of these issues may be within the purview of the committee, in the media, and they will be responded to accordingly. Now, the process for post-public meetings and formal investigations. Chair, after conducting public meetings and formal investigations, the management of the MDB prepares detailed motivations, which would be in line with the inputs from the research studies, the public meetings, the investigation hearings, to determine or redetermine municipal boundaries in terms of the applicable sections. Now, there is an allowance of 30 days to lodge an objection post that period. However, the board is obligated to consider all objections received and resolve to confirm, to vary, or withdraw determination or redetermination thereof. The final decision must be published in terms of the Provincial Gazette. Now, what this means, it means that even the process that is there, because we cannot divulge what comes out of each and every investigation prior to the board considering. There is that window period for members to do that. Then on item 3, the IEC, the Minister of Finance, the MECs for local government, municipalities, and other stakeholders must be duly notified in terms of the processes as outlined in terms of the Act. The entire municipal boundary determination process should be completed by January, because we all know that we have the national and provincial local government looming, and somewhere around May, June of next year. The broad program intention to consider, the dates are 2023 to April 2023 was the Section 26 notice. The consideration by the board on the views, that was entertained for 4 months, March, April, May, June, July. The public meetings and the formal investigations are currently being conducted August, September, and October. The board to consider all inputs, research studies in November to December, and in that period as well is the allowable 30-day notice period for lodging any objections or additions or variants. Next slide. The board must consider all objections received and resolve to vary, to withdraw, to do what. This part of the template is intended to remove the myth out there that the board sits somewhere and just consider to either engage and then decide without going through this process. But this process is allowing an open and transparent process, and it also includes the IEC, the Minister of Finance, also the January period, which is the last quarter of this financial year. I've touched on the national elections, and obviously just for notification is that the next run for the what delimitation will be in 2026. but also to comment that the 5-year period is likely to change if the IMDA bill is promulgated and signed off by the president. Next slide. Chair, I've touched on inadequate financial and human resource constraining the MDB. We've made our proposal, plus minus 69 million to National Treasury for this financial year. However, it has also been spread over 134 million over the MTF period. And we're hoping the National Treasury is not going to decline, but they say that no news is no good news, including the request for retention of that 1 million I referred to earlier, Chairperson. There is also a lack of regional representation because we do not have the satellite offices set up, and they are needed because the work of the MDB has now been escalated. There is also this high dependence on municipalities and departments to facilitate the communication with communities. However, we presented to SALGA that we needed to work on a collaborative model, which will be presented to the board in terms of what can be done there. But the portfolio committee is asked also to sort of throw in its intervention in that regard. There are heightened levels of frustration and desperation by communities demanding better municipal services. And sometimes they look at the MDB as though the MDB is to be blamed for that. However, the MDB is prepared to assist in that regard where applicable and allowed by the board. The proposed intervention is to work on the review of the MDB's founding legislation, that has been touched on, to continue to intensify the public and stakeholder education and awareness, and to allow MDB through its collaboration partners to coordinate the spatial data and information for better access by all state and public development partners, and to work within the DDM, or what the COCTA terms as one plans, to be strengthened, to also foster inter-municipal collaborations on district-wide development projects and encourage service delivery and economic growth. Next slide. The MDB is looking forward to interacting with communities to finalize legislative review, to engage further in broader mandate of the MDB. And the main DB will immediately after the municipal boundary determination commence with the delimitation as indicated for the 2026 local government elections, and then commence with the intensive public and stakeholder communication awareness. The MDB remain in full support of the committee in its endeavor and local government, and will always report to it. Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, before you let me go, I would love that the chairperson then comments now. Thank you, Chair. The chairperson of the MDB. Thank you, Chair.
CEO, I am chairing the meeting, so I'll allow the chairperson at the right time. You must not take over.
My apologies.
Yes, please. Mr. Manyon, sorry for the troubles of connection. Your CEO has made the presentation. I don't know if you want to say anything before we allow members to engage with the presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Chairperson. And my apologies, Chairperson. I had problems with connectivity. I'm in one of the small rural municipalities here doing the municipal demarcation work, and it was difficult to connect since morning, 8 o'clock. But Chairperson, I would not want to say much because I'm taking it that the CEO had also made a few remarks. What I would like to indicate to the committee, just a reminder that this is the last term of the board. And given that fact, we will try to work in such a manner that we retain, if we are not improving on the status quo in terms of our performance. You will realize, Chairperson members, that we have achieved 92% of our APP targets as per the presentation. And two, of course, as you would see, the presentation, in other words, is in two sections on our performance and also on the present activities in terms of also what we are engaged in, which is quite important, of course, for the portfolio committee, the issue of boundary redeterminations. I must indicate here, Chairperson, that there has been an increase, which means there has been more interest on the boundary redeterminations processes. We have received more views, as you can see there on that slide, views and representation received, which is 51,000. You'll see previously, we never even reached 20,000 or even 10,000. We have been receiving less. This, of course, to the committee might mean, one, more people are feeling dissatisfied with the areas where they are in terms of service delivery. Obviously, perceiving the other side to be greener and having better services, which is something that the political leadership will have to look into. But also, at the same time, it might also mean that more people are getting aware of the performance of the Municipal Demarcation Board since we increased the stakeholder engagement and awareness program since this board came to being. You remember, Chairperson, when we started, we indicated that we will be spending more of our time, resources on awareness, and making sure that at least South Africans are taken on board on our processes. So those are the factors that might be leading to this 51 plus interest that you see there. But nonetheless, Chairperson, even given this later, we will have to look into how then do we bring stability to municipalities whilst we are looking into redeterminations. I think it's quite important because one would want local government to be stable and to focus on what they have and make sure whatever that they have functions better. But from our side, Chairperson, to the committee, the message that we want to leave is we want to leave a legacy where these processes would be seen to have moved smoother. So it means more engagement. And two, to make sure that there is no disruption like we had previously, violent disruptions, violent protests when it comes to these matters. So we are trying by all means to get affected parties, engage with them, as you can see, with the broad program and so forth. But we really are trying to make sure that at the end of the day, government processes should be as smooth as possible for us to move towards that end of having national and provincial elections being a smooth operation. Those would be my input in this regard, Chairperson. Thanks very much. And thanks very much, members. And my apologies for not earlier being able to connect properly. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, it's your time now for discussion. I'll be taking hands as they appear. I see Honorable Kaba, number 1, Honorable Spies, number 2, Honorable Opperman, number 3, Honorable Mkalipi, number 4, Honorable Smale, Honorable Tez. We follow that order. Start with Honorable Kaba. Can you please unmute?
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. May I say all protocol observed? Chair, let me welcome the presentation from the board. Chairperson, the presentation is very fruitful. But Chair, if you Chairperson, I think the committee will agree with me that when we were conducting, or in all provinces, the public participation, Chairperson, you will agree with me that many people who were participating in our public participation, Chair, most of them, they were crying about the demarcation board, that the demarcation board doesn't come to them. It doesn't convene them as we were convening us, to ask them their problem about this delimitation of boundaries. So, Chairperson, I can hear that when I'm reading here, the Demarcation Board has done many work job, but when we are going to the ground, Chair, it's not what they are telling us here. As the demarcation was presenting that they are 100% on the ground. In which ground, Chair, if you can agree with me, use yourself, Chairperson, together with all members of the committee, that where we come from in the public participation, no single speakers were saying Demarcation Board did well to us. They came and make us the awareness. I can hear a Chairperson said there were more awareness, but those awareness, they were not, sorry, Chair, they were not going to the ground. Maybe they were making awareness to the municipalities, not to the wards. As much as us, we were calling all wards where we go there, when we went there in the municipalities and doing this public participation. Because there was no single speakers who say yes. All the speakers who were speaking with us, they were saying, thank you. Actually, Chairperson, they were thinking us, we are the Demarcation Board. You will agree with me on that. They were thinking us as if we are Demarcation Board. And they were saying, Demarcation Board, what you are doing to us is not good, because you come to us now, because there is the time we are voting next year, but all the time we are doing as you wish. If you hear me say. And then we said, Chairperson, how? These people, they are thinking that you are Demarcation Board. And where is the Demarcation Board? When you allow them, you talk to them, you tell them that no, we are not Demarcation Board. We are the committee convening this because we want to pass the bill of the Demarcation Board. But what you are saying, we will pass to the Demarcation Board. As I'm saying now, Chair, I'm passing that. Because people some of them, they were lambasting us as if, hey, some us, we were scared. The way people were talking. Some of them, they want even to beat us with weight, not with hands, or not physically. With their weight, they were beating us big time. But because we went there with you, Chair, you tried and come people and tell them that we are not Demarcation Board. We are just here as a committee. But I'm saying to the Chairperson, as the Chairperson said, there is the end of their term now. Yes, it's end of their term. But what is on the ground about them is not what they are telling us in the paper, Chair. But I'm not saying it was wrong what they were doing, because he said they were doing awareness. But those awareness, they're supposed to be reached word by word from them, because they are demarcating words. But their awareness didn't go down. My question is that, Chair, to the board, as they were 100% on the ground, in which wards, in which municipality, in which province? Because we went in all provinces, no one was praising them. Instead, they were lambasting us because they were thinking that we are the board. And my question is that, in which wards where they are 100% there, as much as they are finishing their term, but they must tell us today which ward and which municipality they are 100% on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Can we now allow Honorable Space?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you to the presenters. Chairperson, I have been partly covered by the previous colleague of Speaker, Honorable Member. I want to say from the onset that the MBD prides itself that it has achieved, most of their performance indicators. And they've also been saying that they've embarked on a very broad program to inform the public. And as my colleague has just said, for me, the only way of measuring whether what is presented to us and what is actually really been achieved is for us to see the responses on the ground. And what we've seen on the ground and what we hear when we move within our constituencies is not what is presented to us here. And that is the reality of the situation. It's not the thumbsuck, it is what people are saying. My honorable colleague was very, very, robust in how she put it. I'm trying to be more calm, but it has not been a very good experience in general. Then secondly, Chair, I need to know from the board, you would remember when we started our first oversight visit, public hearing in Mthatha, which is, a very rural area. A lot of what the MBD does, as a lot of the things that they do are it's either digital, it's in print, it's on social media, and many of the people in that area are not people who are going to go buy a newspaper. They're not always people who have access to internet, to access social media. And we found that people had no inclination of what the duties are, what it means. They actually just reached out to us, they raised these issues, and we were not there for that purpose. So I need to understand from the board, what is it that they are going to do to improve the situation, because it is bad. In one instance, Chair, and I will offline send this to the official responsible for the Western Cape, but even in one of the meetings set up for investigations, the particular municipality received the invitation or the notification of a meeting on the 20th, but the meeting was the next day. And yet, this is not what is being said. When we hear the MBD speak, it is of everything is just excellent, and they are just achieving well over what they think they should be doing, which is not the case. They have regressed from 95% to 92%. And yet they've spent all of their money, and one needs to understand what is the reasons for that. So my question is, what are they going to do to improve stakeholder engagement and also awareness and education, and also to understand how they will reach rural communities who doesn't have the luxury or access to the means or measures that is out there, and most of it being digital and print and on social media. and then also the explanation on the regression. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Opperman.
Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues. I have a couple of questions with regards to the Municipal Demarcation Board. On slide 28, it is mentioned that not a single view or zero representations has been received from the Northern Cape. And that is very alarming to me because we went on oversight in the Northern Cape. We were physically on the ground in Jan Kempdorp and Pukwane, where a lot of municipal demarcation issues was. We physically visited the streets and the sites, spoken to the people. I want to know from the demarcation board, what does that mean now? Or why is it that there is not a single representation or a single view as of slide 28 received from the Northern Cape? And were any inquiries made into this by the board then, when you saw there was not a single person or a single entity or organization that said anything about the delimitation or the redetermination? Were there inquiries made? Because it's impossible for an entire province, not a single view or representation to be received. And then I'd like to know, you mentioned about the study reports on the municipal boundaries now, or the borders. We went to Jan Kempdorp as a committee, and we went into the streets. And there's instances in the Northern Cape where a street divides provinces. Half of the street gets services from the Northern Cape, the other half falls into the Northwest. And it's the same street, the same houses. So some of the people don't get the services now because of the Municipal Demarcations Board's determination. So my other question is, how do you determine the municipal redetermination of boundaries on the ground? Do you physically work and walk the area? Or do you make use of Google Maps and aerial photos to determine where boundaries will be split and where it will be cut? Because in the Northern Cape, when we went for the public hearings, people said they had to travel out of their own towns to other parts for police services, and the same for hospitals, based on the municipal boundaries. Otherwise, they can't get help. So I want to know, how do you physically make these determinations? Then, which of the public participation proposals, not the 241 written requests you received, the in-person proposals at the public hearings or the public meetings from the community, which of those, especially from the Northern Cape, since not a single representation was received, which of those were considered by the Municipal Demarcation Board? Because there was a lot of issues in the Northern Cape and Northwest and the Free State. So I'd like to know, you said you use all the inputs. So I'd like to know specifically which were used, because there was a lot, especially if you just want, we went to one single town, Kempdorp, and it was a lot of issues there regarding the boundaries and the streets and the wards and whatnot. So my other question is, I've been here since 2019 in Cooperative, and still after 5 years, this is the exact same presentation that's been made year after year. After 5 years, you still have a lack of regional representation. It means then you don't have a footprint in the provinces, and therefore you don't have a footprint in the wards. And you made one single mention of the DDM now. So I want to know, in your well, how will the DDM change your situation of not having a regional representation in the provinces? And for the past 5 years, you've mentioned that it was due to financial constraints that you cannot fulfill your mandate optimally. Can you tell us, how much money do you need to optimally fulfill your mandate? I will submit my other questions in writing, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the presentation. Chair, I was not part of the public hearings, but I hear colleagues agreeing with each other in terms of the public was raising concerns about the demarcation board. So maybe I'm going to be covered when they respond as well, because this is not the first time we are raising the same issues here in terms of how the municipal demarcation board operates in terms of public hearings and in consultation with people on the ground. Honorable Opperman is saying that since she joined the committee, this is the same presentation. I remember very well, Chair, we have also raised the same concerns regards to the demarcation board when they conduct public hearings, to say that they are not going to have a positive response from the community, since they don't have their own offices. They depend on municipalities, they depend on the department, they depend on the speaker's office in order for them to go and reach out in the community. So if they don't have a plan, because this is not the first time raising that, and we thought that we are engaging with the board here in the community in order for them to have plans in order to go and reach as much as possible in terms of the community. But we are still back to square one to ask them, if you are depending on the speaker's office, if you are going to a municipality to say, please call the public meeting for me as the demarcation board, and you know what is happening in municipalities, there's a lot of instabilities. You are not going to achieve your purpose. So specifically, if they can come clean and tell us what is their plan regards to this concern. Because colleagues are saying that when they were in the public hearings, they even mistaken as the demarcation board. People were not there to contribute to the bill that was being consulted, but they were so angry to say, we are seeing you for the first time. They had to explain to community to say, no, we are not a demarcation board, but we are parliament. So it means that there is a problem right there. So that is one area, Chair. The second area is the slides, I think it's slide 31, if I'm not mistaken, where you are talking about the public hearing, the investigations, and so on and so on. As Honorable Opperman is correct to say, in Northern Cape, it seems as if there's a problem. My question straight about that is to ask Uguti, after you have conducted public hearing, according to you, while the committee is saying that there is a challenge in terms of a public hearing, as I was alluded to the fact that you are using the municipalities and is not going to assist you. Let's say that you are taking your report and said you have conducted in case, but the investigations that needs to be done in KZN is 43. I want to understand, after you have done your investigation, what is the turnaround time to say that, okay, these are the issues that have been brought to our attention as a demarcation board, and in total in KZN there are 43. So you are investigating them. Because I have a case, the chair of the board will also know, and the colleagues here, I had to fight here to say, but I had on several occasions called the chair, because the chair also the demarcation board chair, Mr. Manuel, also said here, Uguti, there is a problem. People are dissatisfied in terms of how their wards are determined. So therefore, those issues remains as burning issues. So I just want to make an example with the case of Ward 52. The board correctly came, met with the community, was complaining about the part of the ward which is far from the ward that they belong. So my question is that, how long does it take for you to come and attend the public hearing, listen to the cries of the community, telling you how difficult it is to belong to that ward, and all other things are very far from them? Then you don't come with a feedback to say, after we have listened to you, this is the feedback from the board after we have done our investigation, blah 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 blah. So is the consultation that you are doing is good as nothing, because you just go and listen to them and then you leave them. While there's no solution in terms of the issues that they raised. So I want to understand, after we have consulted with the community, how long you have to go back and give the feedback, whether the feedback is positive in terms of what the community wants or not. But do you go back and give the feedback or not? Because we can't allow that situation when you said, no, I've gone to this particular community, we listened to them, we're still investigating, and then there's no time frame. So that is one. Secondly, Chair, there's an issue of consulting fees. I think it was amounted to 1.1 million in 2021-2022, but it has since increased to 13.4 million in 2022-2023. Can you be clarified? One of the problem of this country is consultation, is consultants. So if this escalation is something that needs to be clarified in this committee, we can be very happy, Chair, because we can't understand the escalation of consulting fees escalate from 1.1 million to 13.4 million. We need to be clarified about these escalations, and then the board must tell us how are they going to be capacitated in order to minimize of using consultants, because they are milking the board as well. Because one of the things that the board is always raises a concern also is the issue of funds, resources, that they can't be able to go all corners of South Africa because they don't have funds. But now we are told that your consulting fees has been escalated to this amount. We need to be clarified. The second issue, Chair, we want to understand as a committee, what are the circumstances leading to the resignation of the chief financial officer, the CFO, and the human resource officer during this period under review? Can you be clarified? Because that one is also going to contribute very negative in your work if you have this type of resignation, especially the CFO, because I think he is very important. Maybe can we get that clarity? And then there is two of the board current employees have lodged an unsuccessful case against the entity with the CMA, but still have lived to appeal. Can we also be taken into confidence as this committee? What are the details of this case? What happened exactly? The last one, Chair, how many is anyone have been held liable for the 330,000 in irregular expenditure incurred during this period under the review? As I was saying, Chair, one of your headache is the resources, but you are not told when you're doing the presentation in terms of any accountability of the resources that could have been assisting you in order to conduct your work, instead of depending on municipalities, which municipalities, they have their own crisis. They can't even govern themselves. But at the end of the day, you have to go and rely on them in order to reach to the community. Thank you very much, Chair.
The next speaker is Honorable Bruce Marley.
Chairperson, yes. Let me just start with the last comment made by the previous speaker around the irregular expenditure, or let me call it the unwanted expenditure. I found it very strange that if that is the case, my question would be, why was it excluded from the slide, and why wasn't it brought up into the conversation? Secondly, Chairperson, in all of our 8 visits across the various provinces, people were unhappy about the demarcation process, and where wards were divided or communities were divided within their demarcation process, subsequently linking them up with communities that were not even part of that specific ward. And it brings me to some of the processes that came about. So the number of views increased. Why? Is it because the appeals, because there's a clear objection or an appeals process from within the context of various communities? Can we be given a indication or a report at some point, or even today, of those 51, if one would break it down towards provinces, towards views, how many are actually percentage-wise, how many are actually against some of the proposals put forward by the team board of the 224.42, Chairperson. And then what are the checks and balances on the research report? So a research is being done for the board. How do we validate if the actual research is correct, that the appeals has been attended to, and if there's a great number of appeals, how is it then possible that such a demarcation then still go forward? The new I was trying to, the slides were going a little bit too quickly, but the new determination of municipalities and the boundaries of it. And I'm specifically looking at the Limpopo one, where the old Mutale was redetermined into either Messina, Thulamela, and Bakari municipality, and into, but I can't understand the context that it says to redetermined into the Vembe district municipality, because Mutale was already part of the Vembe district municipality. So are we just a better explanation of the wording there, because it's not clear if one is going back to the Mutale or the predetermined boundaries before it was revoked. Because in our public hearings, it was clear when we were doing public hearings there that there was a strong objection by the community with by losing their municipality, and that they wanted to go back to their municipality due to the unavailability of municipal and provincial government services. So can I just have a proper explanation in that regard? And I won't repeat that what some of the colleagues previously has said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we now allow Honorable Peza? Honorable Peza.
Thank you very much, Chair. Speaking last is very, very enjoyable, because most of the issues, then they get covered because of the intelligence and readiness of the colleagues here in the committee. Chair, we must first ask a question why we are repealing the entire Demarcations Act, which seeks to, amongst other things, deal with the issue of political influence in terms of consultations, the current consultations pertaining to the public. What is it that prompts us to amend the entire act, as it were? Because the current demarcation board does depend on the speaker, as Honorable Mkhalipi alluded to earlier on, depend on municipalities to drive the footprint at that level of the community. Isn't this the political influence that we seek to amend in the Independent Municipal Demarcations Authority bill, really, in terms of what it is currently? Secondly, Chair, the demarcation board on slide 35 speaks to the amalgamation in Potchefstroom. The people of Potchefstroom and Ventersburg, during those public hearings of the Independent Municipal Demarcations Authorities bill, raised their frustrations. And Chair, the other reason of us repealing the entire act is because of those frustrations, that they do not have the footprint in terms of regionalization. They do not have the footprint to can harness the public consultations that they are saying in the presentation they have done. The people of Potchefstroom said it clearly that there is a vastness between the Ventersdorp and here and Potchefstroom. And when they try to come to Potchefstroom, they found the municipal offices closed. That's their frustration for even small things like submitting of small services, and that's what's frustrating. So I'm asking the board, what is really is the underlying cause for not ensuring that when the decisions are being made, the public is taken along, so that you do not have the aftermath of complaints after complaints. Mam Kiza is correct. Honorable Mam Kiza is correct in terms of what she says. Everywhere across the provinces, nobody said anything positive about this demarcation board, and so I don't know why we are being told that we're painted a rosy picture about what they've done here. On paper, perhaps, yes. Here's another issue, that the case that I've raised last time about, they are saying that there's 51,000 views in Mpumalanga, or 51,000 views in total. In Mpumalanga, there's 56, right? So Demarcation local municipalities has a proposal to merge some of the parts for some of the parts of the municipality to Buhlabel. And I said last time, it's a jump. It's a big jump from Demarcation to, if you know Demarcation in Buhlabel, it's very far. How are the people going to access services? Those people that are in Demarcation that will be merged with Buhlabel. How will they access services in Buhlabel, having to pass Ehlanzeni, jump Ehlanzeni and go that side? What kind of information is that? What informs such decisions? And if you go there, how many of those 56 consultations were done with the people of Buhlabela and people of Demarcation in terms of the decision that is to be made? Here, Chair, in Botshabela, in the Free State, they say Ward 31 was not accessible because of the vastness. And then you go to Tarik, the same thing. They are saying that. And in Tabanchu, I mean, in Ward 9 there, all of them, Ward 17, they are saying the same thing, that they cannot access services because of their vastness. It is the same thing that we find across the board. And yes, clean audit, but in terms of now, Chair, the other questions that I have, which Honorable Mkhalibi touched on, is the question of the capacity, the 1.9 million that was paid to consultants. And they have the internal audit there, which has gone up from 206,000 in the previous year to 957 in the current year. Can the board reconcile the two? That how do you have an internal audit team and you need again the consultant firm to then do the statements there? Why do you need them, and what is the action taken to capacitate? The last one, Chair, could be in that irregular expenditure. You have 2,000 due to unauthorized use of a petrol card by an employee. I mean, if I did that, I would have given that money back to the board long time ago from my salary. Even if I was paid 2,000 per month, I would have done that so that I'd not get in trouble. Why couldn't the employee pay back the amount from a salary? Is my question, Chair. It's quite curious. I think those are my questions that pertain to the demarcation board for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Last is Honorable Mpumza.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair, honorable members, the chairperson of the demarcation board and the officials. Honorable Chair, you are not the last. Chair, let's welcome the presentation by the demarcation board. And first indicate that the clean audit without any emphasis is commendable. And we would continue to applaud the board for sustaining and actually overcoming the challenge that I had posed, that their challenge was to sustain the clean audit. And indeed, they have been succeeding to do so. Chairperson, it's a pity that would lay by a point from different angles. Chair, the board in its report is indicating that is carrying activities that are focused on the public, in particular public education awareness around the demarcation processes and the number of intricacies related to the process itself. But in our IDMA public hearings throughout the country, we've come across a number of demarcation issues that posist to indicate that the board would have perhaps it's their last term going forward. The board would have to rethink its organizational redesign to bring in a regional footprint, whether is it in the form of a satellite, not a fully fledged office in the provinces or in these 9 provinces of this country. Perhaps it might be the 8 because they are situated in Gauteng. Because critically, what was important is that the communities as we're coming across, they do not know about the work of the demarcation board. I must indicate, Chair, that we came across a number of 2, 3, or 4 provinces wherein we realized that there was a problem with the current demarcation. In particular, when we're in Northwest, the people of BJ Max, your Ventersdorp and Potchefstroom, are deeply hurt by the measure that had been arrived at. And you could see that there is a lot of tension. And indeed, when I approached the speaker of that municipality to welcome us, she literally refused. She said, I can't talk in this meeting because I'm not safe. Now, you could sense that there is a tension between Ventersdorp and the Potchefstroom. And it was all outburst, and they could not focus on the bill that we're presenting. More, they were on the unfighting about this measure. That's one issue. And I hope that the board in its work is looking at that, because the CEO arrived there and we had to defend him because people were up against the CEO. The fact that we allowed him to speak, they were very angered by that. Then the secondly, Chair, is that when you go to Limpopo, the merger of the merger of Mutare and Musina, and you could get from the residents from the two areas that they are at each other's throats. They're very angry because they don't want the merger, because the Musina people are saying these people are not paying rates, and these others were saying we've never wanted to be there from the first place. So you could see that there's tension and the service delivery would not go on there. Similarly, Chair, we in Delmas, all speakers, they stood up to say, we are supposed to be in Gauteng. It was wrong that we were demarcated into Mpumalanga. I know that is it should be a constitutional matter of the Section 76 by Parliament. Now, these are matters that if the board, as it is doing its work now, is actually in this establishment and disestablishment that they are talking about, that these are the matters that they are also considering. There are submissions around those areas. And then therefore that would assist us. But Chair, it would be important that in this, I could see that there are provinces where municipalities would be established or disestablished. I had wanted to know how many new municipalities would be established going forward. I know that they have not arrived there, but there is an indication how many new would be established. At the same time, I hope that this process of investigation and public hearings would actually yield towards foreclosing the people who have been protesting in every term that were removed, in particular Mantelif, that had to be demarcated into another municipality, and they had to move from 1 kilometer away from their own town, past their own town to get services in another town. That those matters indeed would have been addressed in particular of that measure. In Pataken, we have municipalities that the president of Salga, he used to say as the convener of governance that there were municipalities that were too grave that were put together. I hope that these issues are actually the process that is undertaken now is addressing the issues of bringing in municipalities who were in the ICU, and that actually eroded the financial capacity of other municipalities instead of actually saving it. That matter is attended into when we are talking about this, because there are municipalities in the Eastern Cape where this situation, they have been in perpetual financial distress in the ICU. They had to be assisted throughout because the merger that happened was not correctly, was political, was not correctly considered around a sound financial diagnosis. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Honorable Banchaba, is that an old hand or you want to?
Thank you, Chair. There were some of the issues that I forgotten because the page was not in front of me. Now I find it. Chairperson, to add what Honorable Mpumza said about the Mosina people. The Mosina people with, I don't know whether it's Tulamela or whatever, but other municipalities that were combined. These people, they clarify us about that. These one who are from other municipalities, they are not used to pay services because they are falling under the program of indigenous You see, they are used to be indigenous where they are coming from. That is why they were saying, we are here, but we are not wanting to be here because we are not working. We don't have money. We are staying in rural area, which means those people, they are falling under indigenous. So they're being put by force with a demarcation from the demarcating board. Some of them, they were saying us, the demarcation board didn't come to them because they were using the drone to demarcate them. They don't know them. They just use the drone to demarcate them. Some, they were saying 1 day or 1 month, there were people who came claiming that they had the demarcation board. We tell them about our frustration. They did not come back to us. They said, okay, we are taking your matters, we'll come back till today. That is why they were regarding us as a demarcation, but they were thinking that we are bringing back what they were telling the demarcating board. So, Chair, another issue in Vembe municipal district municipality, Chair, there was I'm adding to the 100% on the ground from the demarcation board presentation. In Vembe, Chair, it's not only Vembe, but many areas where we're going, where we went. In the Vembe district, the chiefs, which I'm a host, they were crying about to say, why this government, as a black government, excluding us from participating to the demarcation board, while what they are done here, they are taking one of the piece from other chief to putting other chief, because they don't know the areas where is the boundaries of these chiefs. It's what I'm asking to the 100% on the ground. Which ground? Because chiefs were crying here and crying tears. The way this government is taking them down from their people, is dragging them down to their people. The government making the chief to not be respected with their people that they are leading, which is not good. We are a black government, as much as we are multi-part committee and multi-part in parliament, but we are a government of the people. Why we are not considering our cause, our participation with this demarcation board. And also, one of the speakers cry about it to say, I have a 4-room in my house. In this 4-room, one camel is in other ward, another camel is in other ward. That is why I was saying this presentation is very fruitful when we see it in the paper, but on the ground is not what we are told in this presentation. So I think the new demarcation board will come. They must consider people first before they done anything. And Amakos, one of the speakers again, Chair, was we were saying we are introducing the bill to make to do the bill to whatever, it's fine. They were crying about it. They are disability people that they are disability party. No one is in the board who representing them in the board as a disability people. So, Chairperson, ngiyacela ukuthi ake beyichaze kahle lento basitshele kahle or i-board ukuthi ihamba kanjani into yokukhipha amakhosi endaweni zawo wahlanganise wenze i-distraction as a body from the government. Thank you, Chair.
Enkosi. We now allow the Demarcation Board to respond to some of the issues raised. I'll be guided by yourself, person, as to how you want to approach the process.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Ndibulele to members of the committee here. Chairperson, I would like that is the Demarcation Board officials to go to specifics. On my side, I will just put on the general, because some of the issues that have been raised by a member are also in some other ways raised by other members in different ways and so forth. Chairperson, one would get the impression that really the Demarcation Board is not doing any consultation in the country. That is what members, the perception that is out there when they are consulting with the communities. Communities are complaining the Demarcation Board has not been meeting with us and so forth. And in this meeting, it will be difficult for one to state each and every area. And I think some members would know that. Even I personally have been to some of the areas, Abundabankulu and so on. And in Davosfan Abundabankulu, of course, usebenza with your traditional leaders, Amakosi, and so forth, because they also are making applications. In other words, it will obviously in this meeting not be helpful for us to respond in a manner of giving examples. I would rather, if the committee allows, situmele a list of all the areas that we have covered when we started with the ward delimitation process. And we also, in that list, indicate the person who was the contact person in that particular area, so that the committee on its own can verify. I think that will a little bit, in a way, address the issue of the non-visibility of the board. And two, Chairperson, yes, we know that we have been relying, and we do rely on the offices of the speakers in municipalities, because it is those offices that are doing a local consultation, the speakers' offices. That's why we were working with them. And the members are indicating good. That is ineffective. But unfortunately, we can't go beyond and maybe, let's say, use our legislature participation members, because they basically are working on their own programs. For instance, I'm fully aware that and now that Parliament will be looking into the issue of NHI, your teams are out there already in preparation for public participation. The infrastructure that we don't have, the infrastructure that we raised all the time, and members are also raising it in Dabaye, regionalization, decentralization of offices and so on. We have indicated that what makes it difficult is the independence of the board in this regard to be utilizing other institutions in the provinces and also the costs involved. We are expected to get into a ring and box, but at the same time, we have our hands tied on the back in this regard. And Lena is not a solution that will come out of the board, I think. But also the committee will have to look into, because National Treasury has been always saying the fiscus doesn't allow. At the moment, we have to tighten our belts and so on and so on. So it becomes very difficult to deal with some of the matters. But of course, members, there is also some creativity from members. We have not even reached the stage where we can be. When I say members, I'm referring to community members. where, for instance, we can even utilize drones and so on. I wish we could, because then it will mean our IT would be so advanced, but we don't. Let me indicate, Chairperson, and I will indicate in each and every municipality where members will be specific as they will be talking to us, even not in this meeting, that before we start the process, for instance, a ward delimitation, we go to those municipalities that are affected. We talk first with the technical teams there, that is planners, GIS, where they have GIS people, to look into the real boundaries so that you don't have the issues that are highlighted here of having to cross the river or cross another municipality and so on for services. We first work with them before we can even consult with the local councils who basically are working in the areas that are affected. In other words, I'm also trying to say, we can't 100% delink ourselves from the municipalities that are affected, because our decision affects their areas. But we do work with them. Like even today, when we do the investigation, when I was having difficulties of connectivity, I am part of the team that is dealing with issues, as I say, Metsimaholo and Hillbroad, where people have been saying, to move to Nwate, you have to move via Metsimaholo, and we need to address those issues. And we are doing that work, for instance. I personally have been even to Harrismith with public participation meetings. So we basically have been doing work, and I think the only proof will be to give a report to the committee. We will send it even if it's electronic, so members can start looking into those issues. We are fully aware of the dissatisfaction with the work that has been done by the board previously. I want to put it on record, Chairperson. One, since this board, when I say this board, I'm referring to since the establishment of the Municipal Demarcation Board. The board has never on its own initiated any amalgamation or a redetermination on its own. The Act allows it to do so, but it has not to date. It has been acting on request proposals, applications that have been made by communities, interest groups, and so forth, because we have to consider any application that comes to our attention. And of course, the processes of consultation have been there. I must indicate, yes, taking the issue of JB Max. Communities initially, when this process started, as one example, including the Mangaung, Naledi areas, they were happy that they are joining bigger municipalities, then they will get services and so on. We know the opposite happened. That's why communities now are saying, no, de-establish this. Let's form again a new municipality, 2 municipalities and so on. JB Max, Naledi, Mangaung, all those. Because they realize that the amalgamations have not been working. And we also indicated to this committee that these amalgamations have not been working for some other reasons. I've been making examples to the committee, but not to take much of the committee time. We have received those applications where the de-establishment of the previously amalgamated municipalities have come to our attention. And having learned from history, as we indicated in our previous meetings, we will have to consider those and come with better solutions, because at the end of the day, we have to work in such a way that we assist these municipalities to be better. I would rather there are issues on slide 28 that there has been no view, Northern Cape, and so on. And there have been issues on police services. And I must indicate the issue there, Chairperson, it's, and it is the issue that we've been always raising. The alignment of our magisterial districts that are not aligned to the municipal districts or the municipal districts are causing a problem. Somebody is staying nearer to a police station, but because the district boundaries cuts across somewhere there, that person has to report to another police station, which is far away. But those are the lack of that alignment of magisterial district with our municipal districts. And it is the issue that we've been raising also with the department and the Department of Justice to really fast track on these issues. We have received some of the applications in that regard, and we also are working on them. But I would rather, if you allow, Chairperson, because there are specifics on expenditures and so on, the relevant officials, if allowed, to really report on those and respond. But my view is, I still feel that we need to send a report to the committee on the areas that we have covered and the contact people that we've been with in those areas so that the committee itself can verify. And where, for instance, a household in a particular area is saying, my bedroom has been divided and so on. I know that thing has been said with a tongue in cheek, but if there is a specific area, I would like to know about it myself and be able to go to that area and go there and give to the member a report. I'm trying to indicate that from our side, we don't know of such cases, but we would love to have them so that they get addressed. As I indicated, in some instances, of course, the communities would be creative in presenting their cases when they are not happy, like the issue of the drones and so on. But there are issues that we need to account for. And I think we should do so as the demarcation board. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks. Can you guide the specifics? Who comes in?
Yes.
Yes, it's me, Chair. Oh.
It's UC and also the CEO, right?
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes. No, Chair, thank you, Chair. With the permission of the Chair, I wanted to indicate that the specifics on the operations will be Mr. Ramagata.
Yes.
The specifics on the personnel-related issues will be Menno Nobapela. And the CFO on specifics, Men Tabeleng Khabutlani. And second last will be Mebarileng on communications, but only on those areas the chairperson did not cover. What I will then do, will run through all the listed questions and see what is it that they left behind. And then I'll explain that, just in short, in that order, with your permission, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Aluwani Ramagaza. I'll deal with the issues related to boundaries with regards to the questions that members have asked, especially on the specific ones. Let me start off with regards to issues of ward delimitations.
Chairperson.
Yes,
Chair,
Honorable
I would I'm urging the demarcation board not to respond on the question of the irregular expenditure, because I posed the question to them by mistake. It's not their question of 2,000 rands there.
Okay, it's fine. Let's allow them to continue.
Thank you very much. I will look at the questions that relates to boundary related matters. I was starting with broadly around the issues of ward delimitations. What I think there was a question from a number of members. I think Honorable Mkalipi and Honorable Keza as well, around and Honorable Kaba as well, around the issues of ward delimitations. I would like to indicate that with regards to ward delimitations, I'm going to say this because the committee is currently seized with the responsibility to deal with the bill on independent municipal demarcation bill, authority bill. That there's a proposal or a clause that proposes that the board may have to deviate, I think, from the norm by something like 30% in instances where an obvious community is split. I'm saying this in the context that members are saying there's complaints about communities, specific communities that have been split, and traditional council areas where Amakosi are complaining that their areas are split amongst and in between the different wards. Why can't they be in one ward as such? I would like to indicate that yes, over the years, the board have tried by all means to make sure that obvious communities are included in a single ward where possible. But the board was hamstrung by the provisions of legislation that we can only deviate from the norm by 15%. Even if an area has got a huge number of registered voters to an extent that we are unable to fit it in one ward, it will be illegal for the board to include that area in one ward which exceeds 15%. So in other words, our processes has resulted in areas being split like that, which is why I think as part of the committee's work now, there's a proposal that in instances where at least an obvious community is split, the board may have to go to 30%. But I must indicate that it is not a 100% solution to that effect, because some communities are so big, or some traditional areas are big, sometimes to be a ward in a particular municipality by themselves, or they probably would take more than 30% if we were to include them in one ward. In those instances, such challenges will still exist. And our solution has always been that we need to communicate these things as part of the awareness and education campaign, as one of the members has recommended. And also, when the decisions are taken, we're able to take these communities along with us and explain the process. And that is the process that we have been doing. And we intend to even intensify that, obviously, within our financial means. So that's broadly what I wanted to indicate around wards. And there was a question using technology and all the like. I think the chairperson has addressed that one, that we go to the ground in most instances. I know for a fact in this current municipal boundary determination process, before we even publish the Section 26 process, in a number of proposals, our teams went on the ground to do what we normally call on the ground consultations, where in local inspections, that is where we were trying to verify the proposals that communities and members of the public are making, to see if they are feasible, physical barriers like mountains, sometimes rivers, and all the like. So those are some of the things that we do. But of course, we acknowledge that these things are obviously, as the committee has indicated, are not enough. They will need to be intensified as time goes. And then there was a question on how do you determine municipal boundaries. There's a criteria, obviously, that we consider, as much as people may have a specific view about why they want a municipal boundary. The board is enjoined by the law to make sure that the decisions are ultimately in line or in compliance with the criteria. And that's where the board may take a decision which people may not like at times, but it has to be in compliance with the particular criteria. And then there was a question about the proposals which are currently in the process. I think as the chairperson indicated, as part of that report, if the committee allows, we can be able to outline those as much as they are also on our circulars. Just to cite an example, as a member has given an example of Mosina and the Mutali area. Yes, we do have a proposal on Mutali, which is currently being considered by the board. We have, I think it was last week, we have done a formal investigations there, and the reports will go to the board for a determination. Like I said, all of these things have to be in compliance with the criteria of demarcation in that regard. But also, there was a question about some of the cases, how many cases are currently talking to establishment of new municipalities. I may not have an accurate figure now, but I know that it's about ±6. I know there's one in Limpopo, two in Limpopo, like people have requested for the re-establishment of Ahanang local municipality, where portions of that were included into Polokwane local municipality, and the Mosina, the Mutare one that I spoke about. There's quite a few, numerous in the Free State. I think in the Free State is the one which has got most number of proposals for establishment of new municipalities. But all of those are currently under consideration by the board. And as the chairperson has indicated, he has been going up and down the province, doing formal investigations and public meetings, amongst others. And there was a question from Member Mkalipi about the concern that she has that we have been raising an issue about regionalization and local presence, and whether we have a plan. We developed a plan, if I'm not mistaken, about 5 or 6 years ago, which is our regionalization strategy. And subsequent to that, we developed a regionalization business plan, which we presented to Treasury because it required funding. So, in other words, the plans are there, but obviously they require funding. And in terms of improvisation, in terms of making sure that we've got some focus in these particular areas, internally, as we have reported previously so many times to the committee, we have aligned ourselves to different provinces, but obviously it's not doing enough. So we will need to make sure that, and I think the CEO, when he was presenting earlier, he spoke to issues of partnerships. We are also looking at, perhaps if we can't get the funding, we may have to partner with other statutory bodies that may have a local presence on the ground. But obviously, with the current staff complement, we may not be able to do enough without the requisite staffing. And then there was a question about what do we do after we've done the public consultations? Do we give people feedback and all the like? In instances where it's a random consultation where people have invited us, or we have called them outside of the normal municipal boundary determination process or ward delimitation. Yes, from time to time we will engage with them. If it's issues that we are not responsible for, we will always advise on how the matters should be dealt with. I'm sure Member Mkalipi is aware of, I think she mentioned it at the meeting that we had with the people in Ward 52, where they were alluding to us what are the challenges. With regards to the issue of resolving a ward issue, I think in that engagement, we established contacts, and the people who were there have agreed with us that before we commence with the next ward delimitation process, we need to involve them so that they participate from the beginning and go along with us so that we can be able to address that particular ward matter. But with regards to water-related matters, at that particular engagement, there was representative from the provincial department of Coxstar who indicated that they will take up the matter to make sure that the challenges that the community was experiencing at that particular time are also dealt with. And then there was a question about I'm just the questions that have been asked. Oh yeah, there was a question about the area of Potchefstroom. Yes, it's one of those that we are currently dealing with. we have done a formal investigation in that particular area, and the reports are going to go to the board for consideration in that regard. I think it was Honorable Kaiser who was concerned if issues like, for example, that one of Emma Kazeni and all the like issues that we are currently dealing with. Yes, we are, but I must indicate that with regards to previous amalgamations, it's not all of them that has reached the Municipal Demarcation Board by way of proposals for a redemarcation to be done. But there's quite a few of those that we are currently dealing with. For example, the one year between Nelspruit, Mbombela, and the old municipality on the other side. I forgot the name for now. So that is also an issue that we're currently dealing with, and the board will take a decision in terms of how it should be resolved and all the like. And the same for the one year and Amakazeni. It's one of those that we're currently dealing with now. And I've spoken to the issue of Mosina. Oh, yeah, the issue of Delmas. I think Honorable Mpumza correctly indicated that it's a provincial boundary matter. Which these are the issues that we from time to time experience. I think it links to the issue that I think Honorable Opperman raised in the Northern Cape, that there's a long-standing provincial boundary matter in that area, which the board has raised with all the responsible authorities. So obviously, it's one of those that the MDB doesn't have a role, but it's a matter that we have also encountered, and we were part of the processes that we took it to the relevant department, specifically Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs and the Department of Justice, who are responsible for facilitating processes that then goes to Parliament. So those are the issues that we have dealt with. And yeah, in terms of the question from Honorable Mpumza about the number of municipalities that are going to be disestablished or established, as part of that report that the chair has indicated, we can include that as well, so that the committee will have sight in terms of what is going on there. I also have to indicate that with regards to amalgamations, I think we have reported this previously. We have also done our research previously, and we have learned also over the years that amalgamations have not been working, as the chairperson has indicated. But it needs a much more considered approach instead of just looking at it as if it's just a demarcation matter. Most of the issues that came out that are clear is that most of these municipalities are failing due to governance-related and dysfunctionality in terms of financial administration and management, to an extent that if we're not careful and address the real challenge and deal with it as if it's just a technical demarcation matter, we may not be able to get success in terms of getting the municipalities to function properly. Yeah, I think broadly those are my inputs. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. It will be Menono now on CS quickly, and then Mayor Kabutlani, Chair, with the CFO.
Thank you, CEO, and good morning, Temanyoni. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee.
If able, it would help us to see who are these people who are speaking. It is becoming a trend. We don't see them. If possible, and you have no network problems, can we see who is talking to us? Continue.
I don't know if it's visible, Chair.
Not yet, but continue. You can be trying as you talk.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, in respect of the CCM case of the two committee members, as reported, the matter has been dismissed by the CCMA on the basis of late condonation, because the officials had requested for the CCMA to consider the matter based on late condonation. It was a matter of in relation to payments for the alleged acting that they were appointed to. And before the merits were even discussed, the CCMA dismissed the matter based on late condonation. the matter relates to the year in 2018, and it was only submitted to the CCMA. The complainants only submitted the matter to the CCMA in the last year. And in relation to the resignation of the CFO resigned, Chair, in April. And after that, we appointed an acting CFO up until the end of August.
Yes, we can't hear.
Yeah, I think she got cut because of probably load shedding, but it is true that the CFO resigned in April. We placed an advert and it was operationalized within 6 weeks, whilst an acting person who in the past had caused the achievement of clean audits acted. But now we do have a new CFO, Tabeleng Khabutlani, and during that time, Chair, the MDB did not suffer. I'm not sure whether Menono is back. She's not back, Chair. We can move to the next person and then she'll come back later. Mentabele, issues of finance and your face for committee members to see you, please.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to all honorable members. The matter on irregular expenditure has been withdrawn. The MBD has not incurred any irregular expenditure for 2022-2023. With regards to internal audit, our internal audit is outsourced, and the difference in the fees could be that with the 2022-2023 financial year, we were able to execute the internal audit plan fully. With regards to consulting fees, as the chairperson has said, we do the majority of the work on the ground ourselves. We don't rely on consultants to do the work, the day-to-day work. I think the COO has also emphasized the point. So we do the work ourselves, as thinly stretched as we are. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair.
Any outstanding response?
I'm the chair. Tate Ramagaza covered a lot. I don't know whether our communication head, she can just show. She's the one who does all the running, who's stretched, and it's only 2 of them in that unit. And the 100% she was referring to was premised on our deliverables in terms of APP. But to enhance it is based on us having asked for money. And it's the only unit within the MDB where environments are regularly made because of the limited budget in that space. Mebarile, your 1 minute.
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, CEO, honorable members. I'm of the view that the CEO has covered a lot of ground in terms of the work that we have done. Safe to say that the issue of regionalization is quite important because it will, to some extent, resolve most of the challenges that we have in terms of physically engaging with our communities out there. We have explored measures to integrate our platforms that we use in terms of the traditional media that we use, and also have put a lot of emphasis on using community platforms like your newspapers. And we've also tried to explore other platforms in terms of increasing the reach. But as it is, and as it is indicated that we have done a lot of consultations, and it is safe to indicate, as the chairperson has indicated, that it would be ideal to provide a detailed report in terms of the areas that we have covered. But as it is, measures will also continue to increase or improve our reach to the communities. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I hope there's no one left behind. Honorable members, we have exceeded our time. I see a hand, Honorable Peza, but we have exceeded our time for this program. Can I hear you?
No, I gather that we've exhausted our time on this matter, as we're going to, as we are supposed to be hearing from the CRA Rights Commission, because of the number of speakers that were selected in the MDB. But following up in terms of solutions to the matter of regionalization and decentralization of this of the offices of the MDB, in order to access better and have the footprint at the regional level and have a footprint so that we do not have issues of people complaining. Perhaps we need to, as a committee, then call the National Treasury and look at the budget as it is and look at the collection of revenue vis-a-vis who is owing the institutions and owing National Treasury, and look at the capacity to collect, and look at the departments that are being owed themselves, the municipalities that are being owed, so that because the municipalities themselves are not adequately funded in the first place, and now that the MDP have been raising this matter, we must call the National Treasury so that they can give us a light in terms of why are they saying that are they responding in this way to the MDB to say that they must just push and tighten their belt, whereas there is a need. We are not thumbs upping the matters. You were there at Chairperson. There is a need for the decentralization of their offices, so that the perception that is that the people or the views of the people that we've had, that they don't know the work of the board, perhaps do not surface, and perhaps they are looked at differently. That's one. Secondly, the CFO or the leader of the MDB, Mr. Manyoni, insinuates that we have been listening to a common lie across all 8 provinces based on just the one issue that Mamkhize was highlighting about the drones. I'm not saying that people cannot be creative or were not creative, but it cannot be that we wasted the resources of the state to go into the 8 provinces of the country just to listen to a common lie. It can't be possible. I'm not saying that they all cannot have common lie, but the complaints, we were sitting there literally writing each and every meeting. If you would want us to send those there are dates where we wrote the meetings of those complaints. So really, let's I think that he must just clarify as to what is meant there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it's already indicated we have run out of time, but I think critical issues raised and responded to. I think the chairperson of the board indicated that there might be need for the members to be updated in terms of the issues of demarcation, as have been asked here. And I think even the presenter indicated when he put up a slide that had all the details about what is going to be followed, he said we need time to study that, and I hope we will do so. The appreciation of the clean audit consecutively for the last 5 years, I think it was indicated, is appreciated. But of course, as a portfolio committee, because of the public hearings that we have gone through, and I think it's quite critical to say, why do we why are we suggesting a review of the Demarcation Act of 1998? I think it comes out of that, these different experiences. So I don't think they are directed to anyone. It's a collective effort to review based on our previous experiences, including experiences of communities about the issues of demarcation. It might, give a sense that we are critical, but our criticism might be based on our current experience on the process that we are undertaking, and it's not directed to the board per se, because the board is operating on the basis of the current legislation. So I hope we are taking note of that, and all the indications that would clarify the committee on whatever areas that you might have misunderstanding. Can we now move to the next presentation? The next presentation is from the CRL Rights Commission. And the CRL Rights Commission, I'm informed, is led by Professor Musoma, who is the chairperson. We also have Dr. Peto, deputy chairperson, Mr. Mafadza, who is CEO, and Mr. Smarts, who is also CEO and CFO, the last. Can I allow you, chairperson of the CRL Rights Commission, Professor Musoma? Over to you. We are sorry for the 10 minutes that we exceeded the last presentation. Over to you. Can you unmute? Again, it looks like there's a technical problem. Professor Musoma, can you unmute? The deputy must deputize. If not the deputy and the CEO.
Good morning.
Yes, I can hear. I can hear you.
The chairperson is still struggling with connections. I'm sure is unmuted. I also battled a little bit, but I found the left-hand side helpful to unmute. There are two buttons of unmuting on the screen. So, Chair, I will then perhaps, with your permission, continue with the presentation.
Please.
Chairperson, I'm here today with my administrative team as well at work, in case there's a need for more information to be shared. Let me first, Chair, start by greeting you and honorable members of Parliament, the representation from the Demarcation Board, and also Commission Chair and Deputy. The presentation, Chairperson, is our annual report, as it is expected, for 2022-2023 financial year. And it will cover the first information about the audit outcomes. We'll also just share a little bit about the strategy that we used to execute our activities in 2020-2021 financial year. 2022 and 2023 financial year. And then we'll also just remind ourselves with the impact statement. Then we'll go to the performance of each program in the commission and give details in terms of how we have performed. We are delighted, Chairperson, that the commission is now on a clean audit trajectory, and we are excited because it has been a long journey for the commission since its establishment. We record in this financial year under review, Chair, the fourth clean audit. I mean, the third clean audit. Yeah, it's the fourth because we started in 2016. And since the establishment of the commission, we were just getting unqualified, but we are now on track, looking back at more than 160 audit findings that this organization inherited, and now sitting at a clean audit path. We are indeed excited. So the outcome was not different for the same year under review. Chair, what drives us as a commission is the need for us to create an environment for cultural, religious, and linguistic communities to coexist and participate in the development of peace, friendship, humanity, tolerance, national unity on the basis of equality, non-discrimination, and free association. For us to be able to make this kind of an impact, we are, of course, in the year under review, using 5 programs. One is an administration, which is a support. Then we have core programs, legal services and conflict resolution, public engagement and education, research and policy development, as well as communication, marketing, IT, and linkages. The outcomes indicators that helped us to achieve the results. In the year under review, outcome 1 was to our quest to make sure that we maintain the unqualified audit opinion, and also to make sure that we reduce the wasteful, fruitless, and irregular expenditure in the organization, as I've indicated in terms of the history. And then outcome 2, for us to make sure that we deal with all the complaints, resolve them as they come, and we must do that with much more urgency and speed. And also, of course, to pay attention on all legislative reviews to make sure that they also mainstream the issues of culture, religion, and language rights of communities. The third outcome was about the number of engagements and educational programs that we conduct with communities using our community councils that we've established in terms of the Act 19 of 2002, and also the general cultural, religious, and linguistic communities that we engage with. We produce research reports. In these research reports, we come up with recommendations to different organs of states and relevant parties so that these recommendations can influence legislation and policy positions on issues that the Commission is dealing with. And of course, the last outcome is the number of reports on communication, marketing, and knowledge management system produced, and implementation of approved ICT governance framework. This is just to assist us in terms of support the IT system. Of course, the vision, I will not spend much time there, is to come up with a mutual respect amongst the diverse cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. Very, very important that we respect each other in our diversity as a country. Our values, I will not spend time on that. So if we look at slide 6, the progress towards the achievement of institutional impacts and outcomes. In the past, we can see the progress has been now a clean audit, the issue of zero fruitless and wasteful irregular expenditure. We are happy now we got clean audit without any matters of emphasis. And then 100% of bills before Parliament that we are reviewing at all times. and working with municipalities for bylaws, which will give more information, and then 50 engagements and education campaigns conducted with cultural, religious, and linguistic communities, and of course, producing 4 research reports. A summary of results on the 22-2023 annual targets program. If we look at program 1, we end at 88%. Other than that, all programs have managed to achieve 100% in terms of their targets. Now, the total of the performance of the organization stands at 94% in the year under review, which is a good increase from the previous years. So the summary of overall achievement in terms of graphical presentation is just to see how each program stands. We'll see the 88% and all programs now coming to 100%. The organizational overall achievement stands, as I've said, 94%, which is a move by 6 points from 88% in the previous financial year to 94% in the year under review. So we've put 6 points more in our targets there to achieve 94. Again, program 1, administration, if we look at this slide, we have achieved all the targets that we needed to achieve. And I will only give a summary of what is it that we have achieved in each column. The plenary had to make recommendations as an oversight body, which needed to be implemented. And we also had to do quarterly reviews in terms of our performance reports. And we had to produce quarterly financial statements per quarter and quarterly internal audit reports to be produced. After we've done our reports, the internal auditors, they check our work. And then we go to the next slide where we had to make sure that all the performance agreements in the organizations are signed and adhered to, and also that we train our staff members in terms of what is expected from where we need to empower them in terms of their skills, and 100% of the requests were dealt with. Here we have one that leads us to that 88% instead of 100% of program 1, which was not achieved. It is the issue related to the queries on internal and external audit findings. There were 2 outstanding matters, Chairperson, that we wanted SARS to assist us with, and one that had to be concluded by the BBE for us to get a certificate from the company. Those 2 processes are still dealt with externally, and hence we could not get 100% on program 1. If it was not the case, we would have achieved all programs 100%. On this slide, we come to the second department, which is Legal Services and Conflict Resolution, which received all the complaints and even exceedingly managed to deal with other complaints to a 95% instead of 80%. Because of the demand, but also because of the increased human resources capacity that we have. And in the year prior to the year under review, we had also, inherited some complaints that were not finished yet. In that regard, Chair, we managed to do 80% of the carried over cases. And of course, opinions and advices that the Commission wants from the legal department were produced as they were requested. And of course, they also did the reviews with all the legislations that they needed to target on. And I will give the details in terms of what were those. So the last one, they also dealt with issues of municipal bylaws that impact on cultural, religious, and linguistic rights of communities. Now, the details, just to give a brief descriptive highlights on legal services and conflict resolution. In terms of complaints, in the year under review, we received 115 complaints. 32 were on religion and 83 on culture, and only 0 complaints on language. So we didn't receive any complaint related to language in the year under review. Now, out of 115 cases received, 110 cases were finalized. That is 30 on religion and 80 on culture in the year under review. The carried over cases from 2021-2022 financial year, 10 cases were carried over. 7 of these were on culture and 3 on religion. Of the 10 carried over, 8 were handled and finalized. Now, when it comes to legislative reviews, bill reviewed include the Basic Education Laws Amendments Act bill, the Prohibition of Harmful Witchcraft Practices bill, Registration of Muslim Marriages bill, the Divorce Amendment bill, the bill on the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 18th Amendment, KwaZulu-Natal Cemetery and Crematoria Act, and eThekwini Cemetery and Crematoria bylaw. These we're just giving information for members to know the kind of work that we were dealing with. Again, Legal Services Department continues in terms of review of bylaws. Bylaws on the land use of religious purposes have been reviewed in 16 municipalities across the country. The reviews were done in the following provinces. The first one is Gauteng Province in the city of Johannesburg, city of Tshwane, Ekurhuleni Metropolitan, Mogale City, Midvaal Local Municipality, Lesedi Local Municipality, Emfuleni Local Municipality, Mirafong Local Municipality, and Rand West City Municipality, just to give a footprint. In KwaZulu-Natal Province, in the eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality was one of our concentration, KwaDukuza Local Municipality, Mandeni Local Municipality, Mthonjaneni Local Municipality, Nkandla Local Municipality, Umhlathuze Local Municipality, and Umfolozi Local Municipality. Now, the determining facts for these reviews: the land use scheme provided for in the bylaws on spatial planning and land use management in respective municipalities serves to, amongst others, develop land in a manner that will promote the convenience, efficiency, economy, health, safety, and general welfare of the public and social integration. Other municipalities have already developed the land use schemes as required by the Section 224(1) of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act 16 of 2013, as well as their respective bylaws on spatial planning. This gives communities a sense of how the land is used. Absence of land use schemes in some municipalities affects religious communities as they tend to erect places of worship in incorrect zones and find themselves on the wrong side of the law. The number of complaints arose in these areas about the high noise levels and nuisance of lack of parking spaces, as some streets are completely closed off during worship times. The Commission found out that only 6 out of 16 municipalities whose bylaws have been reviewed have already developed land use schemes in terms of Spatial Planning, Land Use, and Land Use Management Act. That is in the year under review. Those compliant include City of Johannesburg, Midvaal, KwaDukuza, Mandeni, Mthonjaneni, and Umhlathuze local municipalities. The findings on reviews: the land use schemes in the above municipalities make provisions for the establishment of places of worship. These provisions in the schemes assist members of religious communities in identifying suitable places when they erect religious structures. The absence of land use schemes, as per the dictates of the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act in the municipalities listed below, creates challenges and conflict between religious communities and municipality authorities over the suitable areas for erection of places of worship. Now, the 10 non-compliant municipalities, in terms of our reviews, are the following. One is the city of Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Mogale City, Lesedi, Emfuleni, Mirafong, Rand West, eThekwini, Nkandla, and Umfolozi. Our recommendation to these municipalities is that they have not developed land use schemes should expedite. Municipalities that have not developed land use schemes should expedite the development of such in order to alleviate conflict between municipalities and religious communities. And of course, that noise levels and parking nuisances resulting from religious formations in unsuitable places be addressed, controlled through municipal bylaws. Program 3 is public engagement and education. Here we had to do 30 engagements with communities on cultural, religious, and linguistic rights of communities. And we managed to do 30 engagements with those communities. So we've achieved that. But we also needed to do some awareness, about 25 of them, with the same different cultural, religious, and linguistic rights communities. And we managed to also achieve that. And also required by Act 19 of 2002 that we should also recommend the establishment of community councils. We keep on updating our database, and in the year under review was not an exception. These 30 engagements that we engaged with the communities, just to give a background, we started by some outstanding projects in the prior year that we were engaged with together, with the Khoisan communities. So when we started the new financial year, this very same year under review, we had to first complete those targets. So we engaged with Khoisan communities where engagements with Khoisan communities were conducted in the Western Cape province with communities in Hermanus, Beaufort West, Drakenstein, Oudtshoorn, and Cape Town. So that is the carryover work for the Khoisan community project. Other engagements were done in KwaZulu-Natal province, Durban, and then Gauteng province, Central Johannesburg, and in the Eastern Cape province, Graaf-Reinet, and then Cradock and Port Elizabeth, as well as Northwest in Klerksdorp and Vryburg, again, focusing on the Khoisan language, Nama language. Excuse me, Chair. These engagements were conducted in line with Section 4D, which seek to promote the rights of communities to develop their historical diminished heritage. So this project, just to remind the members, was the focus on the Khoisan language in terms of making sure that we raise awareness, but also it is known by the community that is expected to use it, but also to unearth some challenges that we think mitigating factors may be needed to address them. Some engagements in Limpopo and Mpumalanga province were done in collaboration with the Law Reform Commission to solicit inputs on the Witchcraft Suppression Amendment Act of 1997. Again, Public Education Department, the Commission further conducted engagements with the school communities on the protection and promotion of cultural and religious rights within the school communities. These engagements were conducted in the provinces of Limpopo, Inmulechi, Mushate, Helena, Phalaborwa, and in Gauteng, Sedibeng, and Everton, and Free State, Sasolburg, Dennisville, and Orangeville. The awareness campaign's theme was more on explaining the role of the Sierra Rights Commission in promoting and protecting cultural and religious rights of communities. And the campaigns were conducted in the following provinces: Eastern Cape, Mabeche, Tekpini, and Tebeni. In Northwest, Morokwaneng, Khanyisa, Ditakwaneng, and Tau. In Limpopo, it was Sishihu, Hasilika, Shipundu, Chimbuphe, Tabombeki village in Palale and in Palaburu, and in Mpumalanga, Mhluzi, and Hendrina, just to give a footprint or in terms of how the commission carried out its work to other provinces. We come to Program 4, Chair, which is research and policy development, which the target was 4 research reports to be produced. In this slide, Chair, we give the topics of the different research subjects that we dealt with. One, it was the spiritual significance of sacred sites. And the second one was about, trying to understand what it is meant by cultural community and what is meant by cultural community rights. The same we did with the religious sector, and we again did the same with the linguistic community. When we start with the first one, the spiritual significance of sacred sites in South Africa, the research project was undertaken due to complaints received owing to communities being refused entry by the organs of state or private farms to places like rivers, caves, and mountains, places which have spiritual significance to their belief systems. Now, our objective for this project was to investigate the significance and challenges faced by cultural, religious, and linguistic communities in accessing caves, rivers, mountains for spiritual reasons. The second one was to learn about the different ritual practices and spiritual benefits of accessing sacred sites, while the third one was to ensure cultural, religious, and linguistic community religious rights are promoted. Our recommendations out of this research: one is that there is a need for the development of the sacred sites database so that the relevant entities dealing with intangible heritage, like the Department of Arts and Culture, South African Heritage Resources Agency, and municipalities could protect them. The issue of land restitution to communities, especially in areas where the sacred sites are found, should be fast-tracked, as denial of access to sacred sites could be equated to denial of cultural and religious communities to practice their religious and cultural rights. The third one is, in places where sacred sites are on private farms or properties, memorandum of agreements must be entered into with farmers associations and private landowners to allow cultural and religious communities access to these sacred sites. And our fourth recommendation has to do with great environmental care needs to be done at some of these sites, and the National Environmental Department could train and educate communities about the importance and benefits of taking good care and management of some of these sites. Just a sip of water, Chair. Thank you. And the last recommendation on this project, SARA should assist fast track in declaring some sacred sites like Giant Footprint, Adam's Calendar, Cradle of Life, and Genesis Road as sacred sites for communities to visit. So these are just some of the recommendations we've made on the sacred sites. On the cultural community and what are cultural community rights, the CRL Act 19 of 2002 mandates the CRL Rights Commission to promote and protect the cultural rights of communities. The Act is, however, silent on what a cultural community is and what are the cultural community rights. Now, our objective on this project was to try and redefine or define what is meant by cultural community in the context of the CRL Rights Commission mandate. And secondly, to understand how different communities define their cultural community rights. Our recommendations out of this project, we recommended that the definition of what is a cultural community right and responsibilities must be included in the CRL Act when the Act is amended. The provincial departments of arts, culture, and recreation must establish offices which shall specifically look into issues of cultural rights and assist communities in promoting and protecting them. Before passing any municipal bylaw, as far as issues of cultural rights are concerned, municipalities must consult with traditional health practitioners and cultural communities to ascertain themselves that they are not violating any of their cultural rights. There's a need for relevant organs of state to conduct education and awareness campaigns on cultural rights for the sole purpose of promoting cultural diversity and respect of other people's cultural rights. The second one is the project on religious community and what is also meant by religious community rights. The same is not defined in the Act of the CRL Rights Commission, and when the Act is amended, that should be defined. The objectives are almost the same with those that are in the cultural project. Our recommendations for the religious community here, we are saying the definition of religious community should also be in the Act when the Act is amended. And then the religious community's right to observe, educate, choose, evangelize, and practice their religious beliefs should be promoted and protected at all times. The religious communities must be encouraged, as envisaged in the Constitution, to follow their own religious dogmas or tenets of spirituality without interference by the state. The religious communities should witness their spirituality or dogmas or tenets without passing judgment on other religions. So no discrimination in terms of rights, religious rights. The third one, Chair, is on language, which is also the same, following the same trend with culture and religion, and the objectives are the same. What I can go for is the recommendations on the language issue. We are saying, again, we must define what linguistic community right is when we amend the Act. And provincial and local governments should standardize and embrace the various dialects found in all provinces to celebrate and appreciate linguistic diversity present in the country and preservation of these languages. I must say, Chairperson, that all these projects have got independent reports with full details and actually much more recommendations. So I'm reminded because in the language report that we've just released, we have made those recommendations of beginning to look at what is called provincial official languages, so that those languages that are only used in provinces can also be able to get recognition and thrive in those provinces as official languages. Places such as courts, health facilities, and other government offices should accord members of communities the right to express themselves in the preferred dialects or languages and not be forced to communicate in English. I must say this, Chair, because as a commission, we have a responsibility of dealing with both diminished and diminishing heritages of these languages. And so we do not only concentrate on official languages, but also those that are marginalized, that are not official yet. Department of Recreation, Arts and Culture, and Pan South African Language Board should proactively undertake the development and translation of all dialects found across all 9 provinces of South Africa. This will promote linguistic diversity in the country. In their endeavors of language development, we are saying so. The last program, Chair, has to do with communications, marketing, and IT, which is a support program that assists us in terms of giving support in terms of IT, information technology, but also picking up issues from the media that are relevant to the work of the Commission, so that the Commission can be able to respond with speed, but also to attend to some queries that they forward to the legal department to deal with from the public domain. Let me go now to finance, Chairperson. Our financial performance for the year under review. If we look at this slide, we can see the composition of employees stands at 31,644,000, and the administrative expenditure is 4,792. Operational expenditure 10,730, and the total there was 47,166. The actuals in terms of the expenditure for compensation of employees is 25,929,000, and then administrative expenditure is 6,644,000, and our operational expenditure stood at 10,672,000, the total of 43,245,000. Now the overall variance in our performance is 3,921,000, which if needs be, we will explain in the next slide in terms of why did we have such variances. So if we look at this one, the composition of employees, the budget was at 31,644, and the actual was 25,929, the variance of 5,715, administrative expenditure 4,792, the actual 6,644, and then we have a negative 1,852. Operational expenditure stood at the budget of 10,730,000, and the actual was 10,672,000, amounting to a variance of 58. And that is just a slideshow that shows in a pie chart in terms of how we're fed in terms of composition of employees, and also the issues of administrative expenditure and so on and so forth.
Yes. Yes.
Now, when it comes to reasons for spending, I'm sure our chairperson is back now. It's not aware that it's not muted. Reasons for underspending. The CRR's Commission generated cash of 3,594,000 during the year under review. The cash was generated mainly from vacancies that have been filled through appointment of staff members to act in a higher position. The CRR Rights Commission delayed filling of positions because it is in the process of revising its structure, which we have concluded, and we are reporting in the year under review, but we have already concluded this now. The revision process was completed, and the CRR Rights Commission is preparing a business case to discuss funding requirements with National Treasury. Additional cash was also generated from higher interest income to the value of 858. The accounting surplus, the accounting surplus, the year of 5,201,000,000, these notes includes non-cash accounting transaction to the value of 1,607,000,000. I think the CFO is here, will give much more details. The non-cash transaction relates to reductions in lease liabilities, provisions of leave, and accruals for sales bonus payments. The balance sheet of the CRR's Commission stays strong with retained earnings of 23,620,000. Taking the current economic conditions prevailing in consideration, the CRR's Commission foresee that it will need to allocate the retained earnings to operation expenditure in the future. No additional irregular expenditure was reported during the year under review.
Even my phones are not working.
If one of my staff members, if you can check the chairperson to mute, please, our chairperson. The past irregular expenditure was investigated and a request for condonment was made to National Treasury. The outcome of the request is still awaited. No new cases of fruitless and wasteful expenditure were reported during the year under review. The disciplinary processes in respect of wasteful expenditure is also finalized. Chair, I think this is the end of our presentation. Our conclusion is that the CRR Rights Commission remains the least funded, and this hampers and impedes its expansion dream and its accessibility by local communities. It has become a trademark of the CRR Rights Commission presentation to Parliament and Treasury Chair, this point. The Commission is working hard to make its presence felt in the deep rural and local communities, although currently without regional offices. Like the Demarcation Board, we face the same situation. To an extent, Chair, that with the savings, we're trying to engage Treasury so that we can be allowed to buy houses as offices in provinces, so that we can start, our visibility to be much more visible in the provinces, because we can see other ways are too slow. If we're given that permission, we'll be glad to start with the current staff that we have. We'll have to redeploy each other to other provinces. Thank you so much for the presentation, Chairperson. I hand back to you.
Thank you very much. If you can make concluding remarks, maybe yes.
Thank you, Chair. I had a problem with the microphone. It was not working at all. I would hear everything, but the microphone was really giving me a problem. Thank you, Chair. I think the few things I just wanted to mention, Chair, is that this is the penultimate report we are making, because this commission is coming to a close, I think next year. And of course, we are happy that we've been able, with meager resources and strategic interventions that we make within the commission, to make sure that the work of the commission continues. And we made sure that we premise all our activities on the 5-year strategic outcomes that were listed and of course were mentioned here. In some areas, Chair, we were able to try to have our reach with communities, to improvise that where there is an installation of the Queen or Queens, we bring our team to try and really not only to engage, but to expose the work of the Commission to those communities. We have done them in 2 or 3 instances because we really seek to make sure that we are on the ground. The far-flung of places like Palabora and other places, we have been able to do that. So, and I think the report speaks for itself about our attempt to reach out. We want to be where the communities are, because the work of the Commission is the work of communities. Without the communities, we will be there and speaking about communities, but without communities. So we need really an assistance to make sure that we are rooted in communities. Issues of culture, of language, of religion are communal matters. So with that, I really want to appreciate the support the portfolio is giving us, and even the issue of dealing with the prevailing issues with regard to the prevalence of deaths in initiation schools. The kinds of engagement we have had with all Amakosi together with is a work plan of how that is going to be addressed is really helping us to make sure that we can deal with the pain of our communities with regard to that issue. But thank you so much, Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this is our turn to engage with the presentation.
Can the presentation be removed, please?
It's fine. Okay. Honorable Opperman is number 1. Honorable Teza, number 2. Honorable Spies, number 3. It looks like for now, those are the heads. Honorable Opperman.
Chairperson, thank you so much. I have 2 general questions and then I have a couple of questions regarding Khoisan matters. I want to know, you have received 83 cases on culture. How many was in with regards or in regard to illegal initiation schools where many boys died in the past 5 years? And how many of these cases regarding initiation schools have resulted in imprisonment so far? And I'd like to know, with regard to the bylaws that you mentioned, how does or what is the process for a municipality to get your help with their bylaws for you to review a municipal bylaw? Then with regards to the Khoisan, I want to know what initiatives, specifically with regard to Khoisan matters and the recognition of Khoisan leadership, have you dealt with, and what budget has been made available for Khoisan matters, and how far is the process of recognition for Khoisan leaders, and how much money was spent on Khoisan matters for the past financial year? With regard to Khoisan languages like Nama, I want to know what programs was implemented in 2022-23 and what are planned for the next financial year, and what problems generally are Khoisan leaders experiencing with regards to the recognition process, and has education and training been provided in terms of the application for recognition? Because I know that the Commission for Khoisan Matters only they visited 2 areas in the entire Northern Cape, and you know that the Northern Cape is very vast. So there's many people, many Khoisan people who have no clue as to the recognition. I want to know, therefore, how do we get or how do we promote this, and how do we get the information out there to the small rural communities, because they have no to little information with regards to the recognition. And I want to know, if I want to engage if I want you to engage with the Khoisan communities in my area, what is the process that I do follow? Because currently in the ward where I'm living in, there's a scheme going on where people are filling in forms and paying 50 Rand for, they say it's for Khoisan and people are going to get millions, but it's a scam. So how do I get you to come and engage with my particular communities? And I also want to know, what is your relationship with the National Khoisan Council currently? Because they do have a lot of geographical areas that they represent, but also not in the areas where I come from, where we do have a strong Khoisan and Nama presence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Keza.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Professor, and your team. On bylaws, how have you dealt with the intolerance of bylaws when it comes to the traditional ceremonies in townships in particular and in some urban areas? Because the law enforcement agencies there within municipalities, I know where I stay in Mhluzi Township, there is a lot of traditional healers that have to barricade the streets to conduct their ceremonies, and you see this harassment by the law enforcement agencies, and you see this harassment even when it's time for initiation schools. There's a lot of sacrifice and things like that. So how have you dealt with such municipalities? The second thing, I don't know why I was confused, Chair, because I'm aware that the CRL Rights Commission's mandate is on Section 185. 81, it's fine. 81, Section 30, Section 31, Section 15 of the Constitution. And I don't know, maybe I'm writing a lot of stuff here. 1.9 million consultant, no, let me not elevate that. You spoke on slide, on outcome one, on outcome one, I think it's slide 5, on the reduction of wasteful expenditure, fruitless, irregular expenditure. Why the condonement, the application for the condonement from the National Treasury on the irregular expenditure of 2,000 rands due to unauthorized use of a petrol card by an employee, instead of ensuring that that employee's salary has a deduction of that amount? The other question that I have, how far is your investigation in regards to the issue that I've raised and written to you in terms of the teacher who's harassed by other teachers in Isibane, NU8, Mdantsane Township? Since 2017, that teacher has been beaten, has been stigmatized. That teacher has been forced and pressured to leave the school because he has traditional beads everywhere, which suggests that she went through the traditional process of becoming a traditional healer. And as such, there is intolerance. Teachers are insulting her, that she will see there are things, they beat her wherever. There is a case that she opened of assault, case number 16011, 2017, in which you can see where this thing started. And then there is a latest case on the 10th, 08, 2023. You can see that from 2017 to 2023, that teacher has been receiving a lot of abuse from the teachers, and it has been traumatizing the children within that school, because the children will go and ask the teachers what to do. And at some point, the children had to react against the teacher who has been beating the other teacher there from 2017. You are talking about the penultimate report of the Civil Rights Commission versus the outstanding cases. What number of outstanding cases do you have vis-a-vis your penultimate report? Because there is a larger need, and as you are saying, there's common issues between yourself and common challenges between yourself and the Municipal Demarcation Board because you are not found in regions. You have not been established there and you don't have a footprint there. So you need more. And I would suggest that both the MDB and yourselves come to the committee. At some point, we discuss with the National Treasury on these matters because I don't think there is no money in South Africa myself. I think the money we've inherited a capitalist, neoliberal capitalist society in which first of all, there's no investment from individuals who inherited money from apartheid into the society of South Africa because they are thinking that it's a black government. At one point, they will leave to Australia. I don't think there's no money here. I think there's unwillingness to spend that money sitting there in the bank somewhere without serving society because we have a neoliberal state that is not necessarily to the benefit of the people, and there's a lot that state can do in terms of taxing those that are wealthy and those that are rich. There are people in South Africa that can solve these problems now. Professor, and they are sitting with money there and the state is mum about it, probably because they think that they are protected by the law themselves in doing so. And so the kind of society that we inherited perpetuates that kind of ownership of property of things and so. And there's a case of Buchabela that I think that you should record. The people of Buchabela are not able to go to access their land, and there's a lot of cases in where I am serving a party in my political deployment. The cases that involve people not accessing their homes because of farmers that do not want them to access the homes. And there's a lot that the Sierra Commission can do in helping us because what we will do, Chairperson, will take those people to the land affairs in Witbank at our own cost. And then we record the cases since 2017. Those cases have not been finding solutions. And I think that the Sierra Rights Commission must intervene. And it's a trend across the country. People are pushed to the township by force by white farmers. They are pushed to, this is a thing I experience every day in terms of what people are complaining about. They are not accessing. We take them there and then there's nothing that's happening. Ask Minister Didiza, nothing is happening. Maybe the Sierra Rights Commission must then tell us how it will intervene in terms of those things. And I think that I must commend you for the places where you've told us in the committee where these things you were doing these things, and maybe you can share your presentation with the MDB so that they can see how you just mention the names of the places where you are working. That's all we need. We don't need an out of the world issue here. So those are the things that I think that should happen, and those are my questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Space.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have been covered partly by Honorable Opperman and Kweza. I just want to reiterate the issue around Khoisan matters. Yesterday, we were informed by the Department of Traditional Affairs that the Commission of Khoisan Matters, although being in existence since September 2021, that is more than 2 years later, not a single Khoisan leader has been recommended to the Minister for Recognition. And I would like to know if the CRL Commission has had any sort of support that they've been given to the Khoisan leaders, or have they collaborated with any other stakeholders to change this situation. In terms of the non-existent land use schemes in the 10 municipalities that are non-compliant, I would like to get a clarification as to who have the Commission been collaborating with, what support have they been receiving to change this situation as well. And then in terms of the fees for consultants that was spent, 1.9 million, I would like to know, and maybe I've missed that, a breakdown of how that money was spent. And then also there is quite an increase in, I know we have said before, we want the Commission to be more visible, to be more putting themselves out there and market themselves. But I see that there's a huge increase in the marketing budget from the previous year, ranging from 72,000 straight up to 657,000. And if the Commission can explain why that is. And then the last one is then also the increase in the internal auditing fees from 206,000 to 957,000. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mpumza. Honorable Mpumza. Honorable Mpumza.
Yes, Chair. Thanks. Good afternoon or good day, the Chair of the CRL Commission and the CEO and the officials. And once more, good day again, honorable members. My Chair is that on this legal and conflict resolution program, the conflict theory suggests that communities or societies are in perpetual conflict arise out of the scramble for access to resources. Now, my question would be, in relation to this program of legal and conflict resolution, does the program perhaps transfer mediation and resolution, conflict resolution skills in communities so that the CRL Commission would not be all over the situation, would actually develop such skills within communities so that they could continue to mediate and resolve conflict on their own under the guidance of the CRL Commission? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can we allow you, Prof, and the team to respond?
Thank you, Chair, for the elaborate and very instructive questions that have been posed to us. The first questions posed by Honorable Opraman will be treated by the CEO. It's more operational. And then I will deal with the issue posed by Honorable Kleza, and then deal the issue of Yeah, I'll deal with that. And the issue raised by Honorable Spies, I'll also leave that to the CEO. And the breakdown with regard to the 1.9, including the increase in the marketing and internal audit budgets, will be dealt by the CFO. And then I will also request the CEO to deal with the issue of legal and conflict resolution and whether we are training the trainers out there. Thank you so much. CEO. Mr. Mafaza.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking for the icon microphone as well. Chairperson, as I've indicated, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, as I indicated, I have a team with me, and I would prefer that the CFO first takes the questions related to finances. He will cover a lot of ground on that, as the Chairperson of the Commission indicated. Then we'll answer other questions related to legal. But I also have Ms. Mahoba, who can also add information on the case, and Mr. Mkolo from marketing to also give input in terms of the case that was raised by the honorable member Kaiser with the commission in terms of progress, and others will cover as we proceed. With your permission, Chair, I will then invite the CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in respect of the 1.9 million, looking at the financial statements in the annual report, if I go to page note 16 in the annual report, top of page 105, I see that consulting and professional fees were 600,000 that we've paid the past year, and 800,000 or 888,000 the year before. So I'm not picking up the 1.9 million for consultants. The marketing budget that went from 72,000 to 657,000 is mainly because we have had engagements. We also have expensed on promotional material for the initiation in Daba that was held in April this financial year. So at the end of the previous financial year, we have bought promotional materials and things to also cover that in Daba. Chair, and then in respect of the internal audit, I just want to see the figures again. I apologize. Internal audit from 206 to 957. Chair, the internal audit expenditure in the prior year, 206, was the expenditure a little bit skewed because a lot of the work was done only in the last quarter of the financial year. So the invoices had run over into this financial year. So the 957 is 1.5 years expenses that came to be paid out in 1 year because the work was only finalized in the last quarter, and then the payment happened in the first quarter of the year under reporting. Chair, I think I've covered once for finance. I'm available if there's any follow-up on those questions.
Thanks, Chair. I will then invite Mr. Mkolo to respond on the specific case of the Eastern Cape that was raised with the Commission by Honorable Kaiser.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, all the honorable members. We did get the the request from the Honorable Member, Honorable Ceza, through the Chairperson, in terms of the matter in the Eastern Cape. We started to engage the school itself in Tanzania, and we went further to engage the departments. Our engagements started with the school, and then we were referred to the school inspector, Mr. Mgoyane. We engaged him to get the details about what is the status of the matter from their side. We were then referred to Mr. Hanekom, who is senior to Mr. Mgoyane, also to get the information from their side. We eventually went to the head of the department, Dr. Nuku, to try and get the information about the matter. But also parallel to that, we had to get to speak to Sbongile Made, the teacher who has been ill-treated in the school. And eventually there was a discussion that we had, a virtual discussion we had between the commission, our conflict resolution and investigation unit, as well as Bongile herself. And she gave us quite a lot of information during that discussion. So phase one of engaging the complainant has been done. So we are expecting to have phase two, where we are engaging the department, and we hope to finalize this matter before the end of October, subject to the department coming back to us. But I will ask Mayor Mahoba maybe to give some highlights in terms of the content of what we found when we were discussing with Nelsiwe Made, the complainant. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With your permission, I will then proceed to Ms. Mahoba, who will deal with some issues related to complaints.
Thank you so much. Good day, honorable members. With regards to the case of Eastern Cape, we had a meeting on the 10th, on the 6th of October, with the lady Sibongile and her sister. But then we established that many of the issues that were raised were not really related to her being a traditional healer, because she only became a traditional healer in 2021. But their issues started in 2014 when a case of fraud was opened against her by some of her co-workers. So since then, we were told that they were friends before, but then they started fighting since that case of fraud was opened against her. And their animosity kept growing as time goes by. She was even moved from one school to another, and she was brought back to that school. And that's when the issues of beating came in as well. And she said she opened a case, as the honorable member said, that she opened a case in 2017. But when we asked her how did the case go, she said she didn't attend the court. Why? She told us that because somebody told her that the investigating officer has been bribed or has been paid, therefore the matter won't go anywhere. But then she was also advised that in future she should not do that. She must just attend court and give her side of the story and not hear rumors from the street. So since 2021, she's been at the school, there was no problem. She says that in February this year, in 2023, because she wears beads as a traditional healer and she paints her face with red, also because she's a traditional healer, one of the fights when erupted, she was told that it's because she wears the beads, and those beads and the fact that she paints her face, they choke one of the, I think it's the principal. The principal was saying that I'm choked by your beads. So because of that, the commission said that we are going to investigate this matter. We sent a complaint form. We said that you must just fill it in quickly, and we will be investigating this matter. And we are hoping that before end of this October, we will have had a report as to how the matter went by. So we'll be meeting the school, but we've already met with her already. We have all the facts. And another question regarding process of bylaws, municipal bylaws. The commission does have, work with other municipalities with regards to bylaws. Some of them will send their draft bylaws before they pass them to the commission to check if ever they are accommodative of cultural and religious communities. I'll give an example of City of Tshwane with regards to slaughtering of animals, City of Ekurhuleni, and City of Joburg as well. So they've sent their draft bylaws to us for us to check if they are accommodative and they don't violate cultural and religious rights of the communities. And another question was about, does the commission transfer conflict of resolution to communities so that they can do it on their own? Okay, the commission work together with the communities in order to resolve their conflicts. The commission will conduct the mediation or conflict resolution. We normally call it facilitation. It will conduct it itself by bringing the two parties or two communities together. The aim is for them to find the solution by themselves. If they fail to do that, the commission try to give direction to direct them in order to resolve the problem. So that's how we do it. We don't tell them solve the problems by yourself, but we conduct the mediation or the process ourselves by trying to bring them together, because some of them find that they don't even want to meet, like they don't want to be in one space together, but with the presence of the commission, yes, they are able to do so. So it is our duty to ensure that we bring them together. We first try to make them find the solution together. Then if they fail, we give direction as to how they should resolve their issues. And the other question was about ceremonies, traditional or cultural ceremonies or religious ceremonies. Okay, in terms of the bylaws, people are allowed to have their cultural or religious ceremonies. However, where there will be slaughtering, there are bylaws. Normally, there will be bylaws on slaughtering of animals, or the provision could be under the bylaws on health, or health bylaws, or environmental health bylaws. So there are processes as to how you go about it. For example, you will have to apply to the municipality and indicate when the ceremony will be taking place, and then when you will be transporting your animal for slaughtering, and how will the animal be kept. So that is, those are the laws that are kept in place, especially in urban areas, to ensure that we are all compliant, but still we are still able to practice our own culture and religion. So the commission makes sure that people are able to do so. If we receive a complaint from a person saying that I want to slaughter an animal, but I'm told that I cannot do so, we make sure that we investigate that matter. If we have to call the municipality, we make sure that we call the municipality. However, if it is happening, we do not know, we would not know about it. However, where we are informed, we make sure that the municipality knows the rights of the people to conduct their ceremonies, cultural or religious, and to ensure that they are able to perform every rite or every ritual that they need to perform, as long as it is not illegal and it does not harm any person. There was also a question about whether we received complaints regarding illegal initiation school. From our side, we didn't. However, I know that the commission, Mr. Mafaza will elaborate more. The commission did have an engagement with people in Palabora regarding complaints which were related to initiation as well. But from our side, we never really received a complaint regarding illegal initiations. So maybe I'll take it because those matters are supposed to be dealt by PICCs, or which is a provincial coordination committee in terms of customary initiation act. So I think I will end there with the kind of questions that I have answers to. Thank you so much, Honorable Members.
Thanks, Chair. The other question that was raised by members, Chair, has to do with the prosecution of cases of, activities that are not acceptable in initiation schools reported to the police. Chair, I think this question was raised at the right time. I think it was just last week when we engaged with the Gauteng province, giving us a report in terms of how they have actually fared in terms of initiation within the province and their frustrations. We listened to them as management, and part of what we are helping them to do now is the cases that were reported at their initiation schools that they are of the view that there's no progress from the sub side and NPA. So we requested them to give us all the cases that were registered with the subs and most probably to the NPA. The commission is going to have a meeting with them to try and assist in terms of, getting to know why there's no progress in those cases, why people are not being prosecuted, because it's part of our mandate to provide that kind of oversight. And in that meeting with the Gauteng, I even said that we are going to use this process to all provinces where there were incidences that were reported to the police and NPA for us to engage the relevant authorities within SAPS and NPA to make sure that there's prosecution of these cases that were registered by the people who are affected by initiation practices. So we are on track on that, and something that I've given that mandate to our communications and marketing to gather all the cases so that we can intervene as a commission with the relevant parties across the country. So we are glad we are on the right track on that one. Then there is another question that was raised related to how much have we spent when it comes to the Khoisan project. That started in 2021-2022 financial year, 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of the budget of the program, it was estimated plus minus 3 million, but the actual expenditure, I know that it is less than what we are talking about here, which I think the CFO with time can verify the actual expenditures of those activities that we engaged with the Khoisan communities for those 2 financial years, just to get the exact figure of how much we have spent. Now, it is important that I also indicate that it is in the nature of the mandate of this commission that we engage with all communities, and the Khoisan are not an exception. So in all our activities and when we carry out our work in communities, the Khoisan in one way or the other are always part of our engagement. It's only that this project was only flagged for the Nama language because we wanted to pay attention to it for 2021 and 2022 financial year. There were other questions, so we do continue engaging with them. Even in this current financial year, we are continuing engaging with them. The other question that was raised is, how do I get to the commission to be part of the engagements in my area? Of course, honorable members, here we guard the conflict of interest, but the process is very simple. We get a letter from the concerned members. We evaluate the letter and see if it is what is requested is within our mandate. And then we see if we can mainstream that engagement through our programs, work that we do on daily basis, because we do go to all provinces, and then we go and intervene and assist in that regard. So it is only the letter that will assist us to make a determination in terms of the engagement. Other than that, we go to all the areas, whether we are invited or not, to engage with those communities. The other question, I think, of the, let me see, they were covered, all these ones were covered. I think there was one. CFO covered that. I think basically, Honorable Space, I think, yeah, the issue of our relationship with the Khoisan Leaders Commission. the commission is fairly new, but it must be known that we as a CRRS commission, we don't deal with leadership, traditional leadership. That is the competency of most probably the National House and also the Traditional Affairs and also the Khoisan Leadership Commission. But in terms of cooperative governance and issues that we will need to collaborate on, we on record have actually engaged with the Khoisan Commission once, but it was more of them wanting to understand how they can establish themselves in terms of administrative work and their work and how our processes work and so on and so forth. So they are always part of our interest, but our issues may be different because they are more into the traditional leadership and we are more into the promotion and protection of the cultural, religious, and language rights. We do collaborate where it is necessary. But in terms of the records, we only had one meeting with them that I know, unless Chair and Deputy will add in terms of other meetings that I might have not been aware. So we do work with them in that way. The others points, I think they were covered. Chairperson, with your permission, I will then perhaps request the Chairperson of the Commission to wrap up some of the inputs that we've made, if there are any, and then he will take the responses back to the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. But
thank you, Chair.
Maybe, Chair, before you come in, I see a hand there.
Prof.
Maybe it's a follow-up because I would want to conclude.
Chair, I will take it that this is our response from the Commission.
Chair of the Commission, of the Portfolio Committee, I wanted to finish some responses. Maybe it will cover what Honorable Plaza would like to further raise a question on.
Let's continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question he raised was whether our penultimate report does not leave outstanding reports as such, and if so, which ones? We have raised the issue of the sacred spaces report, which will be released before either the end of this month or next month. That will be covered to make sure that we understand the spiritual content behind the sacred sites that we have investigated and documented. And there is also an issue which will have to be dealt with. We have a meeting not very long with the Human Rights Commission about the Phoenix situation, where we are dealing with the high-level findings with regard to the implementation of what it is that can bring communities together. Because our responsibility, really, it's about social cohesion, the unity of communities. So that will also be following in the short period of time. But of importance also is the issue of Wichabela, which he has raised. And it falls within a number of things that we are doing. We are preparing a document, if it does not exist already, where farmers must undertake to make sure that they allow communities to have access to their homes or graves in the farms, so that we should not have this situation where the communities are forced to go to the townships because they have no space in these farms. And again, what is of critical importance is what we as a commission are concerned about. The relationship between culture and land. Whether one can talk about culture without talking about land. because culture is a consequence of what one has bequeathed from time immemorial. And this, what you have bequeathed, cannot be so if you have no place to be, which defines who you are. And that place to be, which defines the totality of your being, is land. And we're investigating this because when you talk about culture, often the emphasis is about the ceremonial, artistic understanding of culture, without the ramification that culture defines beyond just ceremonial, beyond food, beyond attire and things like that. So this is really an area of importance to us, which we believe that our intervention and inputs will create an understanding that you cannot define a community or a people in the absence of a place of abode, which is land. So we are really doing everything. We have visited places where we try to solve these problems, but at the end is the issue, the nexus, the importance of land. And also we feel that it is also critical to deal with culture and economy. What is the relationship between culture and economy? Culture and education and so forth and so forth and so forth. So I thought this would also assist in trying to unlock the concern that the Buchabeli people are having and trying to say, can we, in terms of our mandate, make sure that we make inputs regarding the rights to culture, the rights to land as a right to culture. Thank you so much.
Very much, Prof. We will now allow the follow-ups. If there are still any, I see Honorable Peza.
And myself, Jay.
Yes, I also see you, Honorable Space. We can't hear you, Honorable Peza.
Oh, I was muted. I was saying that thank you very much for that analogy of linking the culture and the land itself, because without the land, we can never practice culture. Without the land, we can never practice economic activities. We speak about those things here with municipalities all the time, and they don't seem to get it. And I don't think the department will get it anytime soon. And so thank you very much for strengthening that debate. What was left for me, because we have covered everything, is that in some instances, really, we have seen on television that places of worship are places within the reserves that are often owned by white people. And the department, based on whatever the law that governs who enters those spaces, tries and collude and evicts those people. And really, we would like the CRL Rights Commission to enter that space in terms of protecting the rights of persons to practice their religion. What could be the role, the last question, Chair, what could be the role of the CRL rights profession in terms of ensuring that the law making process, as we have seen during the Independent Municipal Demarcations Authorities Bill, that excluded the braille that deals with the blind people in terms of where they are reading the legislation? What could be the role that you play in terms of ensuring that you uplift this right of blind people? Thank you very much, Chair, for that opportunity.
It looks like we have a network problem, Honorable Peza. In the meantime, Honorable Space, can you come in?
Yes, Chairperson. on the issue of the 1.9 million that I've asked about, the CFO said that there was no such, but if the CFO goes to page 74 of the annual report, there is an amount of 1.9 million for consultant fees for capacity and capability review project. I would like to understand and get clarification on that from the CFO. Thank you, Chair.
You, Honorable Plaza, are you back?
I'm back, Chair. Can you hear me? Can I switch off my video? Perhaps the reception will be better. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sure it was the video, Chair. I was saying that, thank you very much, Professor, for the analogy in terms of a connection between the economy and the land, because without which there is no other. That in some instances, really, the people who worship the land from which the people worship from is located in game reserves that are owned by white people in South Africa. So what is it that can be done to ensure that the rights of religion are protected even in those spaces? Number two, I was saying that what could be your role in strengthening the right to the right to blind people in terms of ensuring that the law making process does intensify the involvement of the Braille machine that they use to read the legislation so that they can be able to participate as equal citizens of the country. I hope that was clear, Chair.
Yeah, that was clear. I think the approach now, Prof, would be to maybe allow your officials, especially on this specific one that talks about 1.9 million.
Yes.
And in the end, round up, also including your concluding remarks. Can we do that?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Yes, Chair.
Yes, I'm there. We can
CFO will take on the issue or the question raised by Honorable Spees with regard to 1.9 for consultancy on capability and capacity.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member. I do appreciate you assisting me to find the amount that we're speaking about. Chair, the CRL Rights Commission embarked on a review of our capacity and capability to deliver on the mandate. That was started in just around about COVID time as well. So that contract have been established then, and it have come to conclusion. And the full cost of that contract was the 1.9 that is reported there in the financials. The contract included the review of policies. It included the review of the job profiles, job description structure. It was quite an extensive project, and that is what that money related to. Yeah, it's about restructuring, Chair.
I think that also, Chair, it's an attempt on our part to, it is a response on our part. I mean, some kind of proactive response on our part to make sure that we give effect to the need of decentralization so that we can have access to communities And we wanted to do this in terms of piecemeal type of, because we don't have resources to do it once. And where feasible, we can use even contract workers to assist us as we continue to request for funding going forward. But we didn't want to just sit back and say, we do not have access and sit back and do nothing. But we wanted to make sure that we create some kind of presence in those communities by this act of restructuring, Chairperson. The last two questions raised by Honorable Plaza has to do with the rights of religious communities, especially those who are denied access because of the inability to worship in places that are reserved for whatever purpose. So our responsibility here is that when anything that stands on the way to deny the rights of communities to fully enjoy and practice their religion is our responsibility. Be it a denial of the right to build a sanctuary, when the space is available, that itself becomes a right which I think has to be protected and promoted for our part. The second part has to do with the protection and promotion of making sure that the blind people, have access to reading material, whether in municipality, whether material from lawmakers and things like that, but the provision of the braille as that system which allows them to read it. This is in fact the right to culture, and in essence is the right to education, because education is itself culture. So many people do not see education as culture. Education is culture, and therefore their denial to have braille material is a denial to enjoy their culture, academic culture, educational knowledge culture, and things like that. So this for us is an important consideration, which I think we are going to be taking it on to make sure that the right to culture through availability of braille is made available to those who deserve to have it. Thank you so much, Chairperson. And we are happy and the support that the portfolio committee is giving us for some time now. And really, we want to be very grateful for that. Otherwise, without you, we would not be able to do what we're supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. We also appreciate the presentation. And I think we would always want to highlight the fact that you, the CRL Rights Commission, together with the Deep Demarcation Board, you actually have led by example, getting clean audit and continuing to improve your performance from 82 in 2021, 22 to 94, 2022, 23. I hope that that would be continued. And also this challenge of footprint in the provinces or regions. I think we have noted that as a committee. Otherwise, thank you very much for the good work. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, colleagues. Thanks, Chair.
Chair. Thank you, Chair and members.